correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, but I think increased enforcement, and the police department can speak to this. I think they were patrolling more and keeping an eye out more for dog violations.
Okay.
In terms of citations, we do have data on that, and it doesn't look like there was any citation issued for dog waste. However, there have been citations for animal bites, dogs running at large, barking, that sort of thing.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. So just to kind of keep us organized here, this item is specifically just about dog waste.
Yeah.
The next one is about the leashes. But to answer Gary's question, since August of 2023, there have only been 2 instances of reported dog waste violations and 179 of off-leash. But obviously, it's a lot easier to call the police when you see someone's dog running without a leash. You're probably not going to call the police when you see someone's dog going to the bathroom on the side of the trail.
Right. Or you see the waste and you
see the waste
where it came
and
from.
you should really be reporting that to 311.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Hanley.
Yeah. I just have a question that maybe I didn't quite understand. I thought I understood it in the packet, and then as we're sort of talking about it. So, I like the idea of moving away from the misdemeanor and toward infraction, as the city attorney's office recommends. I guess I don't understand what you just said, the difference between infractions and these soft, medium, or hard civil fines. So that graph were civil fines. So I'm just not clear. What would an officer do when they are going to penalize for the first time? Are they issuing an infraction or a civil fine?
Yeah.
I want to describe that real quick, Abby,
Yeah.
because it wasn't very clear in the packet, but so the civil fine, they would be cited and they'd be given a fine, but it's not, there's no way, it's the same problem that we had previously and why we switched away from civil fines. There's no way for us to enforce on it. We'll never get a judgment on it. We can't get a judge involved. We can't, like, enforcement used to be done that way all the time with zoning and that, and we changed everything because it was not enforceable. We could never get paid. And then we became a collection agency, and we just had an enormous amount of uncollected civil fines. But an infraction, the same thing, they'll get a ticket, but it can be backed up by a judge.
So that
And
it's not,
forced to
there's not a fine attached to the infraction. It just means if we catch you again, you're moving towards a misdemeanor. But you can also be imposed a civil fine.
We would have a fine with it.
Yeah,
Like an infraction has a
Okay.
fine
All
too.
right, that's more clear to me.
Yeah, once you get the infraction, then it goes to the court, and then you get charged by the judge.
Okay. And if somebody, in that case, if somebody doesn't pay their civil fine, but they get a second infraction,
The judge can order them to pay.
they can be ordered.
No.
And the fact that they didn't pay makes it worse for them.
Worse.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
Brian has a comment on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to weigh in on this for a second. So we're actually talking about creating an entirely different enforcement scheme when we talk about civil fines.
Yeah.
So there's 2 ways that the city can generally enforce against things. So one way is to declare something unlawful, right? Which means it's illegal if you do it. If you have declared that, it is possible for someone to be subject to criminal penalties for a violation. Okay, and that's the default system in the city, is that throughout the entire code, it says that different things are unlawful or it's prohibited to do different things. And then there's a provision of code that says, by default, any violation of those ordinances is a Class B misdemeanor unless you provide otherwise. So there are some certain provisions of code that say, this violation is a Class C misdemeanor instead of a Class B, or this violation is an infraction instead of but all of that is completely separate from civil fines and has nothing to do with civil fines. Typically, civil fines are used for something that is not illegal. When you have something that you say, we don't actually want to say that it's against the law to do this, but we're still going to say that but it causes an inconvenience. And so if you do it, we're going to impose some kind of civil fine. You can do both. But when I say you, I mean you as the council can set up both enforcement schemes for the same violation. You can put in the code something that says it's illegal to have your dog off leash, and If you do that, you may be subject to a $100 civil fine. After you've done that, the rest of the story is actually an executive branch decision, not a legislative decision, meaning that it's up to the administration. If you create both schemes, the administration can decide which of the two to use, or both, right? So confronted with someone with a dog off leash, the city could decide to prosecute criminally or could decide to impose a civil fine. The biggest difficulty with the second scheme is that at the moment we don't do it. So there's all kinds of unanswered questions. So to your question, we don't know who would impose the civil fine. Probably not police officers, because that's not their job and not what they typically do. So if we were going to issue civil fines, who would do it? What duties would they be reassigned from? Would it require creation of entirely new positions in order to do it? Once it was issued, who would send collection notices? Who would handle the cases when the collection notices weren't paid? Would we contract with a debt collection agency to handle the collection? All of that entire system would have to be created from scratch because it doesn't currently exist.
So did I understand the packet correctly that your recommendation is to not have any civil fines and just do the infraction?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then you decide at stage 2 or 3 to impose the Class B misdemeanor?
Well, that is where it's up to the council. That's where we would defer to the council. In the memo, as I recall, what it says is, and what I recall our recommendation being, is that the city attorney's office recommendation is to specify that these kind of animal violations are an infraction instead of a Class B misdemeanor, so we don't have confusion over what city code says and what state code says, at least for first offenses. State code allows it to be a Class B misdemeanor for the third offense onward. And from our perspective, that's up to you whether you want to impose enhanced penalties or not. So what we're looking for, so we would actually need some guidance back from you. If you like the idea of reducing it to infraction, that answers question number 1. Question number 2 is, are there situations where you want there to be enhanced penalties? Do you want enhanced penalties for third offenses and onward? Do you want enhanced penalties for situations where the off-leash violation also includes a dog bite? So that because that under state law could also be a Class B misdemeanor even on the first offense. So those are questions that we would have for you about when do you want enhanced penalties?
Well, thank you. That's extremely helpful. I will just express my support then for the infraction instead of the Class B misdemeanor. And I would also express my reservations about the need for civil fines and my support for increased penalties for second and or third offenses. In my neighborhood, we had a case of 4 dogs that were all in one property that kept escaping over a fence and killing pets by other neighbors. And there in that case, you know, if there was I don't know if there would they have the leeway to say first offense, we're already going to impose a fine on you because this resulted in the death of neighbors' pets and endangered children. I mean, these were feral dogs that should not have been ever in the neighborhood. But
well, let me address that because that's a great question about whether the enhanced penalties are really necessary or not. Because I mean, this topic's been going on since August. I've been watching the police watch log pretty closely for dog offenses during that 6 months because of the interest, right? In those 6 months, we've had at least one child seriously injured by a dog attack. We've had a horse killed by a dog attack. So we've had some pretty serious instances over the past few months. Now, that said, there is another violation that applies to those cases. We also have a violation for vicious animals. So where there actually is a bite, we can charge that separately. That is also a Class B misdemeanor, and I would not recommend reducing that one.
Right.
Because I think that already can be a Class B misdemeanor, even with the state code just cited because of the injury. And I wouldn't recommend reducing it. So there is an argument to be made that you don't necessarily need enhanced penalties for those kind of aggravating factors because we can just charge the additional offense as well. So from my perspective, it's probably more about when somebody is a fourth, fifth, sixth offender, do you want enhanced penalties for
Yes,
those?
I do. I'll just leave it at that.
I'm wondering if we should just read in the leash one. This is all
Yeah,
going to
I-
spill over.
Yeah, I feel like it's spilling over. So I'm kind of just feeling right now that the council's feeling on dog waste right now is to change from Class B misdemeanor to an infraction with a enhanced Class B misdemeanor from the third offense on. Is that
Now, what about, there still is a fine attached with an infraction?
yes?
Correct? Yeah, that still exists, the 150.
Yes, up to the judge. The judge can decide what the fine
Okay.
is up to $750
Right.
with no
Okay.
jail time.
So do you want a motion on that? Should we just take care of
Yeah,
it?
let's take the motion and then read into the second item.
Go ahead, Craig.
I would make a motion that we support the city attorney's recommendation to reduce the charge of dog waste from Class B misdemeanor to an infraction.
With enhanced penalties for the third offense and on.
Yes.
I will second that. All right, should we take a vote? Is there any discussion about that motion?
I just
Councilor
have
Garrett.
one comment, and I am in support of the motion, but before leaving the item entirely through this motion, there were a couple of additional bullet points that I think at least at some point should receive additional attention. The last two bullet points, organizing a trail cleanup day focusing on dog waste and possible funding for more dog waste stations. I was surprised at the Latin Town Hall to hear people talk about Franklin Elementary School and how it's just covered, that dogs frequently are there and nobody cleans up. And I haven't checked yet, but I did wonder about stations and how if we have a proper adequate stations for cleanup. And so I just want to throw that in. And if we're leaving this issue, to at least come back at some point to what else we can do to help.
I'll just second that. I'm sorry. I'm glad you brought that up. I think we're woefully inadequate with those waste and garbage bags or garbage cans. I mean, we don't supply either nearly enough. I don't know that we necessarily, a lot of cities don't supply the bags, although
Right,
they can. But at the very least, there are a lot of places, maybe I'm thinking more along Bonneville shoreline where there's a big waste problem and there are no garbage cans anywhere. So if you're carrying your dog waste, you have no place to put it.
Okay,
But do you think we're really going to staff emptying garbages all along the Bonneville Shoreline Trail?
No, not along the trail, but at the trailheads, you can have, if you look at the garbage disposal areas in Rock Canyon, I think this may be being addressed with the, enhancements that we're putting in there. They're tiny garbage disposals and they're always overflowing with garbage. So there's a problem there.
I think we can
Yeah.
address that through email. Like we can communicate with Parks and Recreation and figure out where the waste stations are and what we are doing on that. And in addition to the trail cleanup, we can follow up with Rachel Breen through the neighborhood program.
Councilor McKay, I believe Doug Robbins is here. I don't know if Doug wants to impart some parks knowledge on us.
We'd
regarding
love to hear
waste
from
stations.
Doug.
I'd also like to hear, just to make sure they have funding for it. Because
Yeah,
that's a big,
I know we spend tens of thousands a year on dog
Yeah.
poop bags.
Yeah, just really briefly, we have made a push to establish these dog waste stations at almost every single park facility site this past year. We spent, I think, over $10,000 in these stations with signage reminding people to pick up pet waste after their pet, keep their pets leashed. And then these convenience waste baskets and bags are provided at each one of these stations. I think all of our parks have them at this point. You're right, at the trailhead there at Rock Canyon, the receptacle is quite small. We could get a bigger one there just due to the volume. But we have made that concerted effort, and those are in location right now. Along the trail, most of the trailhead, all of the trailheads have waste station and receptacles and convenience bags. It's just a tricky thing to kind of deal with, because it's hard to witness when this happens, but the crime scene is awfully gory. And that's what we're experiencing. With regard to the school district property there next to Franklin Park, we did receive that concern as well, and we responded back with the school district. That's actually school district property. And they're encountering the same issues on all of their playgrounds on school district properties. We received contact also from church grounds. Just about any other public place, the state hospital is experiencing the same thing. So it's a community-wide issue. But as far as parks and trail facilities, these stations have been established, and we're keeping them up.
Rachel Whipple has a comment online. She said, having stations where we give out bags just means that we have poop and bags on the ground instead of on bag poop. Councillor Bogdan.
How often are those receptacles emptied?
Our staff kind of comes through when they're cleaning and kind of maintaining the different park areas.
So is that like every 3 days or
it
every
could
week?
be every day, depending on the locations, but we can take a look at that closer and make sure that they're getting dumped. And
Do you guys mind looking at that and seeing that they're not overfilled? And if they are overfilled, maybe looking to see if you need a bigger
Yeah.
receptacle.
right. And I think the bigger thing is they're just being left all over, like Councilman Whipple said.
They're not being
Especially on
stored,
trails.
right?
You know, no one wants to go on a long walk of a mile or two holding a bag. So they stash it there, oftentimes don't return to pick it up. So that's a problem as well, because it's scattered throughout.
Pick it up in a bag than I would just off the ground.
Right. Right.
Okay, thanks, Doug.
Okay, did we want to vote on the motion and then move on to item 2?
Yep, any comment? Any more discussion? All right, Councillor Hoban.
Yes.
Councillor Bogdan.
Yes.
Councillor Handley.
Yes.
Councillor McKay, yes. Councillor Garrett.
Yes.
And Councillor Christensen.
Yes.
All right. We can't do it. She's not here. And Rachel's excused. Since she's not here, she
Yeah.
can't vote. But, okay, we'll go ahead with
Okay,
that.
we'll bring that back. Okay.
Okay, the off leash.
Yes. So off leash, pretty much since we're so far behind, we're just going to kind of skip the PowerPoint. Just if, yeah.
Oh, no, you go.
Oh, Malia, could you just, or here we go. We got this. We'll just bring this up.
It was very similar to the first
Yes,
one.
very
We
similar to the
all-
first one.
We all read it, so we can just discuss. Are there any
yeah.
questions for Michael or Abby about the leash aspect? Councillor Handley.
Well, maybe I can get clarification on what you want from us right now, because
Yeah,
are we just talking about the fines? Or are we talking about the parks?
Yeah. So
It's
this is both.
Or both.
So
Okay.
the minimum thing that we would like to see is an approval or denial of the city attorney office recommendation moving from misdemeanor to infraction. That's step number 1. And then everything about the parks and everything is supplemental.
Okay.
Since we're so far behind, maybe we could revisit that later, or we could talk about it now. It's up to you.
All right, well, I assume that we're pretty on board with going to an infraction instead of a misdemeanor for off leash also, with us increasing it the 3rd offense.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion that we change the off leash from a misdemeanor to an infraction and until the 3rd offense.
I would second that.
Okay. Any discussion about that? All right.
Was that assumed that at the 3rd offense, maybe you need to word specifically the increased?
It will go to a misdemeanor.
Mis-
It'll go to
Misdemeanor.
misdemeanor 3rd, yeah.
Thanks, George. All right, we'll take a vote on this then. Councillor Bogdan.
Yes.
Councillor Handley.
Yes.
Councillor McKay, yes. Councillor Garrett.
Yes.
And Councillor Christensen.
Yes.
All right, so now the idea is so that passes and we'll just
We'll bring
make
that
that
back.
change. Thank
So
you.
now, if you remember all of the hundreds of emails you've
Yeah.
received about off-leash hours, off-leash designations, new off-leash parks, all that is all up for discussion right now.
Okay. Councillor Handley.
Yeah, that was the thing I wanted to mostly address. I'm really concerned that we don't have the funding for dog-only off-leash areas. I'm concerned that locating them will be difficult because every neighborhood will feel singled out wherever they might be identified as desirable. And I don't, so I'm concerned. Well, I guess I'm not concerned. I'm curious as to why we don't have among the options. Well, we do. I'm sorry. There's the third bullet point. It seemed like in the packet, the off-leash hours in existing parks meant specific parks, not all parks, right?
Yeah, I believe
We-
the off leash. Oh, yeah.
We,
Okay.
we don't know, right? We haven't
Yeah,
talked
we don't
about it.
know. I think it would
It's-
be
it-
easier if it was
okay.
all parks. And I think the idea was for it to be early morning
Yeah.
hours as
So
to avoid.
that's my preference. I just think, people with dogs that need to exercise are going to exist everywhere in the city. I think if we designate certain parks for that, it's going to overload those parks with dogs at those times. It's going to create more degradation. And I think the simpler, cleanest solution is to just allow dogs off leash during certain hours every day. And people who expressed all those worries to us in the emails just don't go to the parks during those hours, knowing that that's what those parks are going to be allowed to do during those times. It seems to me that's a significant improvement over what we have now. And at least, if that doesn't work and we find that we really do have to build dog parks and fence them off, then it seems to me that's a bigger decision that's also more financially significant. So that would be my preference.
Chair McKay,
Yes.
could I make a comment?
Mhm.
So I just want to frame this as a legislative issue in case there's a motion so to help maybe guide the motion. Obviously, this is tied closely to the parks. Doug's here. You may want to hear from him and his thoughts on it. But at the end of the day, the administration, the running of the parks is up to the Parks Department, is up to the executive branch. But you as a council have legislative authority. So just to frame it about how you would make this decision, our current code says it's illegal to have your dog off leash. The way that you change that legislatively is by something, for example, it's illegal to have your dog off leash except for during the following hours in the following areas, right? You actually need to amend the code and make it not illegal during some period or location in order for that to be, that's the way to handle the legislative decision-making part of the process, if that makes sense. So I just wanted to frame that as far as guiding any motions that might arise.
Thanks, Brian. Councillor Christensen.
Well, maybe this is too soon. I was anxious to hear from the parks and hear their recommendation.
We'd love to hear from Parks. Doug Robbins from Parks.
Well, first of all, we'd like to just repeat our stance with regard to dogs is we're pretty dog friendly in the Parks and Recreation Department, and dogs are welcome with their owners as long as they're under their control and leashed at most of our facilities. There's some special use facilities like the golf course where they're not. So that kind of dispels the anti-dog. We're just definitely not. So we don't accept that that moniker. Secondly, it could be done with hours of operation. It's just that they're on the other side of the coin. There might be some people that do enjoy using their public space during those hours that might not feel welcome. There's people that have reported to us they just don't feel welcome when there's loose dogs out. They've had an interaction with a dog as a youth, and they just don't feel comfortable. And so I guess that would be the trade-off, is if we did have hours, those folks would perhaps not feel welcome in their own public space. But as far as, access with people with dogs, as long as they're responsible, they pick up after their dogs are under control, they're welcome. And so that's kind of where we are on that. We'd also like the opportunity to be able to continue with our park development process with regard to off-leash areas that are dedicated for this use, these special use parks. We have an established process with standards. We just initiated that process with our Parks and Recreation Board, had a preliminary conversation, but there were no recommendations from that board that were official that came out. So I just want to clarify that as well. We've got to be able to have conversations and look at everything and freely do our work. And then we would certainly come back with board recommendations to the council for your review. and approval.
Thanks, Doug.
Bet.
Doug, what do you mean special use parks? Do you mean Bicentennial and the golf course?
So a special use park would be just a designation of a park for special use, like the golf course, like the shooting sports park, with special kind of limited use that excludes the public from, open access. So a dog park would be somewhat like that. It would be, an off-leash area. There'd be signage there with, full disclosure of what this park is intended for, maybe divided out into use areas. But we're really looking for some larger areas, maybe 2, 3 to 5 acres, where you can go into that area and really exercise your dog and then head back home.
And right now we have just the one in
We have-
Bicentennial.
Right. We have the one, and they're also designated into kind of size use areas. Kind of a community-wide one might be 2 to 3 acres. A neighborhood like dog court might be less than an acre or an acre in size. And then a regional one might be 5 acres plus.
Mm-hmm.
So we'd kind of look at distributing these so that they're not all clustered in one area of town, but reasonably meet the needs of the community.
Thanks, Doug. Counselor Christensen.
I thought I read in the pre-work that you already had identified some for that use.
I think there were 7 that were just discussed briefly and
The-
But
so-
they weren't recommendations.
No, that information came from just a general park committee meeting where
Okay.
citizens were brainstorming.
Got it.
And so it was in no way endorsed by the administration.
So
or anyone else.
what would be helpful is I would love to see your recommendations on what that might be before we take it even any further and talk about the other implications. This may be an easier way to start.
Counselor Bogdan.
Doug, I appreciate you spreading those out amongst all of the city and not concentrating them all in one area. How big is the Bicentennial Park Dog Park?
I think that's about a half acre.
What's that?
163.
Yes, just over half an acre.
Okay. And that is not even big enough for what the needs are?
Not for a community side of Provo. It's small in relation to, these areas that with people with larger dogs really need more space to really let their dogs run. And that's a smaller space.
Thanks, Doug.
Counselor Handley.
Well, I have 2 quick thoughts. I don't want to forget e-collar exemptions. So I actually would like to, I like making an exemption for e-collars. So I want to express support for that. And if that needs a motion, we can have that discussion, I guess. I just didn't want that to get lost in the discussion here. But I think I agree with Craig that if you want to come back to us with recommendations, I just wanted to express my support for the idea of citywide hours for dogs, because again, I worry, and I don't know if that was contemplated in that brainstorming discussion, but if you only designate certain parks for that, those parks are they're gonna tank in terms of the quality. The grass is gonna get overrun, and we're gonna be in a little bit of a bad situation. And I think also the dog park idea, unless it's really large, it doesn't really work very well. It tends to be sort of a playground rather than a dog running area. And for dogs that need to run, the owner throws a ball as far as they can and the dog will run as fast as they can. And that actually is what helps that dog sustain and regulate their energy levels, and it makes it much more livable for the owner. So we need to provide that kind of a space. So I just want to make sure that that's contemplated in your recommendations.
It was part of our discussion. It will
Okay.
continue to be.
Okay.
I think it's important to recognize that not all parks are conducive to that, though, right? I mean, you throw a ball as far as you can and that dog's going to be in the street or in the playground. And they are animals. I had dogs for 10 years and they were everything to me. I loved them more than my husband. But I took them to the store with me. I had special bags for them. I was obsessed. And I get it. But I remember walking my dogs a few times and they would just randomly bite someone who walked past. I'm like, what the? And it was out of character. I would never have guessed what would happen. It was horrible. And this person yelling at me and I have to go, it just happens. They are dogs. They are unpredictable. And And I don't know a way around that. There isn't a way around that. An e-collar, there's no way. Like my dogs had barking collars. They would bark their little brains out and be shocked over and over. They didn't care. When they wanted to bark, they would bark, period. And I think the same thing will be with off-leash, the electronic collars. And there are wonderful dogs that will never do that, and they're so well trained. But we have to, there's always the case. My cousin was killed by her dogs. Her dog killed her baby after it had puppies. You know, like this dog that they grew up with, that they loved, that there was everything to them, and they had their first baby and it killed it. And they never would have guessed that would happen. But like things just happen. And I don't know. I don't think it's fair to our citizens, or I don't think it's fair to the dogs, even when, like how you're saying, how other dogs got killed in your neighborhood by dogs. I'm all for a gated, large, off-leash, 5-acre thing. I think it'd be amazing. And we do have the spaces in our city to do that. There's a couple spaces I can think of. So I do think parks can work towards that, and it may be a little bit down the road, and it will be a budget issue. But I think that that is the safest and only responsible way to do it. Councillor Hoban.
I might have missed this in the memos and such, but I was looking for, when we talk about off-leash early hours, like what are we talking about? What do you think? Like, let's say we went that direction. What would those hours look like?
Yeah, based on what other cities have done, and I know Councillor Whipple sent an email, typically those hours would be before work, somewhere between like sunrise and 8 a.m. So owners could bring their dogs to the park before work or before school or whatever, run their dogs around and then take them home, and then the park would be off leash until the end of the day. I've also seen some cities do it at the end of the day, like between 6 and 8 o'clock. It could be off leash as well. So it's usually before or at the end of the day.
And we'd need to kind of temper that, where pavilion reservation schedule starts right at 8 o'clock a.m. We have special events in our parks, reading groups in the morning. So we'd have to really monitor that and make sure that we're not overlapping uses.
From a safety standpoint, like how often do we have people in the parks at like 7? Maybe people exercising, I guess. Or?
Yeah, depending on the facility, but a lot of our parks have people in the early morning, doing
I never go with my kids that early, and that would probably be the main concern in my mind. Would be like, if you have little kids running around, you probably don't want loose dogs running around, but
it'd be site specific.
Yeah. In my neighborhood, it's old people walking the park. Councillor Bogdan.
Before I couldn't run anymore, when I used to run in the morning, if there's a dog, they like to chase you. It doesn't matter what they're doing. So I ran a lot in the parks and on the street. And so if you've got off-leash dogs, that would concern me as an exerciser.
Councillor Hoban.
Yeah, I've been bit by an off-leash dog on my leg. So I'm sensitive to, like, I hate dogs now because of that. But I have a dog. I just mean I hate off-leash dogs. They make me so nervous. And the height of it would have been right at a kid's little kid's face. And so I'm totally sensitive to this. Man, I'm just trying to figure out a way how you balance the need for it. I don't know, I'm starting to lean towards we're just going to have to pony up and build a dog park. Because I think I'm sensitive to some of George's comments of like, well, if you have a little dog park at every park, it doesn't really accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. And then you have a area of every park that is run down and urinated in and dead grass. And I don't know. This is tough. Thanks.
Councillor Christensen.
Well, again, our citizens care a great deal about dogs. And it's 50-50. Half love dogs, half don't like the idea of dogs. So I think we could go around and around this. I think our next best step is let's have the parks come back and make some recommendations. I think we do need to make some investments. I mean, clearly, because when we mix the two, we make neither 50% happy. So let's make everyone unhappy. Come back with some recommendations, and let's see if we can actually come up with something that works for everybody.
I like that. Do we have a motion, Craig?
Yes, I would make a motion that we ask that the Parks Department come back with a recommendation on, help me with language here.
On off-leash hours and or designated parks, whatever their recommendations are for off-leash use.
Well, I was actually thinking specifically about the off-leash designation of existing, or possible or existing parks. Like instead of kind of a combo, are there some parks that we could, so that's what I was thinking in the motion. It was more specific to off-leash designation of existing or proposed parks.
Can I ask a question about that? Because that's not what I was expressing support for, and I was hoping they would come back with a recommendation. I mean, if they have a recommendation that we don't consider all parks for certain off-leash hours, then I want to hear their reasoning, but I would rather not exempt that from the
He's saying he
discussion
wants
now.
to be fenced as opposed to not fenced,
What's that?
right?
Yeah, I was thinking a fenced park.
What I'm saying is that I'd rather them come back with their recommendations across the board of whatever the options are.
That's,
rather
that would
than-
make sense to me.
Unless you want to decide that now, but you just said you didn't
No,
want to.
I
so,
don't want to
okay.
decide that now.
All right.
That's helpful clarity. So the motion then, to have the Parks Department come back with their recommendation on, this solution, for off-leash, dog owners. At whatever that might be. And then I think we take it from there.
I would just add, as long as they're equally distributed amongst the entire city.
Well, we don't need to assume that everyone's picking on one side of the city. Let's have them come back. And then if we find that they're doing that, let's all gang up on them. But let's not assume that that's the case.
Can I maybe point a discussion on that? Has it been seconded yet? Okay.
I'll
So,
second the motion.
I want to just address the e-collar issue because my sense in reading the report was that the administration was open to allowing e-collars. And so I'm just wondering if we want to try to decide that now, or do you want?
Doug, do you want to speak to that?
No.
Oh, Scott will speak to it.
Okay.
So, having to need to learn a little bit about e-collars, I met with police and Officer Bruff with some trainers, dog trainers with e-collars. We met over at Pioneer Park, and I could let Chief BB talk to this about the enforcement of that, but there's nuances to it, and I'm sure Chief will go over those.
So we have canines in the city. Police officers use them. They're dual purpose or single purpose based off of what they've been trained to do. We use e-collars at times, and they're very hard to use. If you don't put them on right, they don't work. If the dog becomes accustomed to, they don't work. And I think that the conversation that's been made regarding dogs are dogs applies. Our canines do exactly that. They do bite us, and they're not the ones that are trained to do so bite us when they're not supposed to, with e-collars attached and with all the training that we put into them, which is extensive. It's weekly, and it's mandated, and so those dogs that we own are liabilities, and we really utilize all the technology that's available, but it does not stop them from being dogs.
Chair McKay?
Yes.
And I would just add, I don't know if Chief wants to address this or have one of the animal control officers, but I was present at that meeting too. And one of the other things that came up was how do you enforce the distinction? And so I don't know if the police want to weigh into that, but from a distance, you don't know that whether a dog has an e-collar or not. So, and even if they do have an e-collar, how do you know if they actually, does the police officer actually have to inspect its application to make sure that it's actually been put on right? And so there's a whole question there about how it gets enforced. So again, that may be, Councillor Hanley may want to, one option is kind of take the same approach where I think there's actually significant administration input on that question. So you may want to also, one option would also be to ask for recommendation or feedback or report on that, because I think as as Scott mentioned, there were a lot of nuances that were covered in that meeting that weren't included in the report.
Well, that's why I was asking. I mean, I didn't know whether we take the time now to get all that information or that I was just wondering as a point of clarification to see if we added into the motion that we would like more feedback on the e-collar. So what I'm hearing right now doesn't sound very encouraging about an e-collar exemption, but if there's more information that you feel like we need to get on that, I would certainly be open to it.
Why don't we, I don't know if we should probably see if there's interest in the council to even go into that.
Well, is anyone else interested? How's that? I'll ask. I'm interested in hearing more. No?
No.
I'm alone?
Yep.
Okay.
We still love you. All right. So we'll have the parks come back to us, and I think that's where we're at, right?
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Michael and Abby. Anything else we're missing, Michael?
No, but I am presenting at the next one.
Okay. Want a motion? All right.
Council. Yeah.
Okay. So
right.
Gary Garrett seconded Councilor Christensen's motion. So we will do a quick vote on that. Councilor Handley.
Yes.
Councilor McKay, yes. Councilor Garrett.
Yes.
Councilor Christensen.
Yes.
Councilor Hoban.
Yes.
And Councilor Bogdan.
Yes.
And I need to strike from the record that I hate dogs. I don't hate dogs. I hate off-leash dogs. Somebody's going to take that clip and be like, dog hater.
Thank you, Travis. All right. Thanks, Michael. All right. The next one, a discussion regarding for sale housing product.
Okay. We are super behind, so stick with me here. So a couple months ago, Chair McKay and Vice Chair Whipple submitted a request to us to look into a for sale housing product requirement, basically based off of a recent Lehigh City ordinance that is requiring 30% of new multifamily builds built within their TOD zone to be offered for sale. Development Services is recommending against legislation in this area. A lot of information was included in your packet. I have a PowerPoint I could go through, but I think it'd be better just to hear your questions.
Much better.
All right. Any questions for Michael? I'd like to talk to Bill.
Catrice, I do want to say I like the idea. I just don't know how
I know.
it would work.
So, Bill, Councilor Whipple texted earlier saying, if this is so undoable to increase it, what do we do to at least maintain it, that we don't lose more? Like, what do you see? Because the state's recognized homeowner occupancy as an important thing. Our city, we know it, our communities, our neighborhoods, our schools, like it's a need without a doubt. So what do you then see as a better course of action we can take?
So to me, some things that would be achievable would be when a developer comes in for a zone change and wants to have an entire townhome development as rental housing, I would look at that with a lot of hesitation.
So our same mission that we've been working on this
Right,
year,
right.
just keep that going. Did you see other
I think
other
even on-
tools or roads we could take?
I think even also on multifamily zone changes that the council should continue to express that concern and see how the developer reacts. You know, you've seen my memo, and so you've seen that perspective. But to be fair, I'll also tell you or let you know that we're almost to the point of signing a contract with the OB company on the old City Hall property. We've expressed to them this priority to the council and have said, look, we can't have a city property not address this concern that's of the council. So in the purchase contract, it says they're going to provide 10% of the housing as for sale housing. Okay. So there's an example of a developer willing to do it. Now that we've made that clear that we're expecting that. So developers willing to do that, and it's in the purchase contract. So I don't want to give the impression that this is never achievable. It's never a good idea. I'm just leery of a mandate that could slow down development applications. That's probably my biggest fear. I don't know if that helps at all, but this is not an easy issue.
Counselor Handley.
Yeah, it occurred to me just in reading the news over the last couple of days about the, recent developments with policies about affordable housing that we have, we may have other tools in the toolbox to help us with this. This doesn't feel like the right tool to me, but it seems like we just should keep exploring all the other ones that we had been previously aware of, but also consider these new funding opportunities and see how we can leverage, what's developed from the state.
Maybe a good exercise for development services to go through would be to sit down with those builders that are quoted in the memo, but also other ones, and say, okay, so how does the city do this in a responsible way? What's a way that the city can encourage this that you can actually do in the marketplace that you guys would be willing to do and be a part of?
Love
Maybe
that
approach
idea.
it from that.
And how do we incentivize it, right? How do we make
Right.
it that that's what they want to do? Counselor Whipple texted, can we revive the light deed restriction idea? That kind of a, deed restrictions like land trusts or whatever.
Yeah, Brian and I have had some discussions about that, and it's certainly, you can do that through deed restrictions and through a land trust. We also may need to have the city be a part of those deed restrictions in order to make sure that we can enforce those. So Brian and I have had some discussions on that, but haven't come to any solid conclusions that we can say, look, here's a solution. But we would work towards that if we go through this exercise with some of the builders and developers. I mean, I'm happy to reach out to the Utah Valley Home Builders Association and even start there.
Motion? Craig Christensen.
Well, I was just, love that idea. When we initially set this as the objective, we said 50-50 because we didn't have the data. So you brought us some data back, and that's very helpful. So I too am not in a place where I'm saying, well, let's just give up on it.
Right.
No, let's do every single thing we can. And I'd love to know what your recommendation is, again, for what that might be. So I would make a recommendation that the development services come back with recommended alternatives that we might consider to address the issue of increasing homeowner occupancy.
We'd be
Okay,
happy
I'll
to do
second that. All right, any discussion on that? All right, let's take a vote. Catrice McKay, yes. Counselor Garrett?
Yes.
Counselor Christensen?
Yes.
Counselor Hoban?
Yes.
Counselor Bogdan?
Yes.
And Counselor Handley?
Yes.
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah.
All right, next, we're on time. Michael?
Thank
A
you. for reading that.
a discussion regarding short-term rental properties in Provo, and this will be presented by Malia Daly.
Sorry. Okay. I'm just going to do a quick overview of how we got here because we included something new. And then we're just going to open it up to discussion. So this is us bringing this back from the January 23rd work meeting where there was a motion. If you remember, we came with this draft ordinance here to create short-term rentals in its own chapter. And the motion was to include a definition of that in the code and include parking and occupancy plan requirements to get their license approved. So Michael, if you want to go down, well, first the definition there's first. We kept what it was before. It is defined clearly in chapter 6 and also chapter 14 of what a short-term rental is. So we just kept it in there like that. And then, Michael, if you want to scroll to 6.2703, this is the license application requirements. We added 2 and 3 here, a parking plan and occupancy plan, met with development services and reviewed these items. Both of them are subject to administrative staff review and approval, so that way they can take into the full context of where the short-term rental would be and if there would be additional things needed or if it's fine how it is. So I want to have discussion on that, make sure that language is good with the council there. And then we also simplified some sections just referencing back to chapter 6 to 6, which is just the rental dwelling section there. And then lastly, if you remember all the way back in October, and for our new counselors, you wouldn't remember this, when short-term rentals as an issue tracker item was initially brought to the council, this was two parts. One was to do its own license and chapter, which is this, and then two was to include in the chapter a section about hosting platform responsibilities, which is right here. Michael has it pulled up. This is a way to help us enforce, because under current state code, we cannot use a listing as evidence that a short-term rental exists illegally. So this is kind of we took this from other cities that have done this in the country as a way to kind of enforce and put some accountability on the hosting platforms instead of just on us. And seeing as how we're limited by state code, this kind of helps us a little bit in doing that.
And it's free for us in the sense that it puts the onus on, like it's free enforcement for us.
Yes. Yes. So, and we didn't have that before in the January meeting because we were waiting in the state legislature. There was a bill, House Bill 180, that included kind of some of these types of responsibilities that would be put on the platforms. That bill ended up being held in committee and it failed. And so we were just waiting on that because it was held. Then we went ahead and just did it on our own and put it in here. So
as opposed to it being statewide, it'll just be our city and whatever other cities do it.
Yes. So we can go ahead and do that. So today I just want to review those changes that we made from the January 23rd work meeting, and then also get feedback on this hosting platform responsibility section, as that is brand new, but came originally from October of last year, but brand new to this council.
Thanks, Malia. As you know, I've been wanting this hosting platform forever, so I'm thrilled. So happy. Any questions for Malia? Councilor Christensen.
I just had a question about the enforcement, adding language. I read this and I don't know enough about the existing versus the new. What specifically is more improved in terms of the enforcement?
For this, so
yes.
And we have Scott is here with us because he works on the enforcement specifically with this, but I'll kind of give my explanation here. So currently, if there's an illegal short-term rental, usually within a residential zone, short-term rentals are not allowed in residential zones in Provo. They cannot use a listing as evidence.
Right.
And so this instead just makes it so that hosting platforms, so we'll use Airbnb, has to disclose to the city on a regular basis, and their office would decide how regular that is, all of the listings they have. And in order for them to verify that as a valid listing, it has to have a license number in that listing.
Got it.
So Airbnb would be the one that would be regulating that and making sure that those are all legal. And then we could just see the listing numbers.
So before, we never had a short-term rental license at all. There was just a dwelling license. So this helps us monitor them better, and it gives us more, well, you speak to it, Scott.
You're absolutely right. Currently, what we do is just license it like any other regular rental dwelling. But we only allow them in certain zones throughout the city. And so if it's in a residential zone that we find that they exist, then we proceed with our enforcement process where we let the owner know, hey, you're not allowed to do it here. You need to stop. And so when we find them in areas where they are allowed, we say, hey, you can do it, but you need a license. This will allow us to hold people's feet a little bit more to the fire by having the hosting platforms be a little bit more involved in well, I can't host you because you don't have a license with the city. So.
Can I just add one thing to that? Just to manage expectations a little bit as far as Magic Solutions. I mean, it's free enforcement if they do it. It's not free enforcement if we have to force them to do it. And there have been other cities that have tried this that have ended up being sued by the hosting platforms. So now the fortunate thing is that so far the hosting platforms have lost those lawsuits. So they've at least already got the experience that we would hope that they wouldn't attempt that here because they've already got a track record of these methods being upheld. So hopefully we're at a point where this is not so novel that they would continue to fight it and they would just comply and give us the information. But there is that caveat that that's not guaranteed. I think we are the first one in Utah to do it.
Yes.
Is that right? In the 10th Circuit?
Yeah. So this was taken in the 9th Circuit. This originally was in California. They did this, and it was taken to the 9th Circuit Court of Appeals where they upheld the cities. And so now their cities can do this. But in our circuit, it has not been brought to that level. But
So I just wanted you to be aware of that in the spirit of full disclosure, that that's something that could become an issue.
Any other questions for Malia? Councillor Bogdan.
So how, if we cannot enforce on a listing, how do they normally enforce? Just a complaint from a neighbor?
So I believe, and Brian can correct me if I'm wrong, that the state code doesn't allow us to use the listing solely as our evidence to enforce on somebody. And so we have to gather other evidence. And we have many methods that we do. We have many methods that we use to investigate complaints that we get. We have a data scraping program, Granicus, that the council has generously allowed us to have funding for, that allows us to scrape all the websites that do host Airbnb or short-term rentals. And we gather a lot of information from that of multiple, stays that people have had throughout various months. Among other things, we go and knock on the door and try to get somebody there. That's the number one best evidence that we can get, is knocking on the door and finding somebody there that says, yeah, we're just here for the weekend, or we're here for this short time. And, we love being here in Provo, and say, yeah, great. We love having you here. Have a nice day. And then we go and talk to the property owner and say, hey, guess what? You can't do that anymore. So we have a number of tools that we use. This will just help us.
Thanks.
One thing I was thinking, Malia, and I didn't think about it when I read through this, we didn't address, and should we address, that one building over by Smith's that, it's become like 70% a short-term rental. Should we be putting a minimum on developments where they can just be like 25 or 30% short-term, we only give, is that in here?
that's not in here. That was discussed in October and January, but there was no motion made from the council, so it's not included in this.
Okay. What about, is the council interested in that? Are you interested in putting a percentage of what a development could be? Okay. What percentage sounds good to people? So how we'd monitor this is by doing the licensing, right? We'd see in a certain development and we'd manage it by, no, there's already too many licenses there for that until one is not renewed or something, right? Scott, is that how we do it? I know it gets difficult.
Yeah, that would get difficult, but if that's if that's what the council desires, is to have a limitation on any specific development as to how many units can be used as a short-term rental, then we can figure out the logistics of enforcing that.
I guess 311 would be watching that, huh, Malia?
They have all of the applications and they.
Okay.
check this,
Rachel
so-
Whipple is saying no more than 25%. Michael?
So I just wanted to make a comment on that. Like, if we do impose a percentage, I don't think it'll fix the issue with the building by Smith's. It will just fix any future building.
Yes, correct. Yeah. But it could be over time with Smith's, right? If they went down and then it got to a point where it was at 20% and we didn't go up, I don't think that's ever going to go down. It's always going to be what it is, but just thinking. Should we do 25%? Anyone have another opinion on it? Councillor Hanley?
I don't really feel like I know. I feel like we're picking a number out of thin air, which, the number sounds good to me instinctively, but I'm sort of not trusting my own instincts because I'm not sure what the ramifications
Buildings that
would
become
be.
short-term rentals, they're owned generally, right? They're buildings that can be bought. They're not apartment buildings generally. So it's again that we are taking, I mean, that house, that building got built and got bought up really quick. And it got, people paid a lot more than they would have if they weren't going to be short-term renting it, which means it sold a lot higher. You know, it increases the price when you can do a short-term rental. So when nice buildings are going up downtown that could be owner occupied, families or singles that are going to want to buy it to live in it are going to be outbought.
Yeah, no, I get all that. I'm just, I don't know whether it's 25 or 30 or if it's 10 or if it's 40. I mean, I
I
don't quite
haven't
understand.
done any research, so I don't have a recommendation for you right now.
I mean, I'm wondering if we should get a little more research on that and
Okay.
then come back with a recommended percentage.
Okay. Want to make a motion then that staff comes back to us with a recommended percentage?
I would second that.
Okay. All right, let's take a vote. Counselor Garrett,
Yes.
Counselor Christensen,
Yes.
Counselor Hoban,
Yes.
Counselor Bogdan,
Yes.
Counselor Handley,
Yes.
and Counselor McKay, yes. Thanks, Malia.
Well,
So everything else, anyone else
Yeah.
have,
everything
everything else
in
looks
there.
good to me. I love it. Anyone else have opinions on the legislation? I think it's awesome, Malia.
Okay, just as logistics, then I'll probably come back to a work meeting with that percentage and also have it scheduled in the night meeting at the same time. So then maybe we can just pass it through. Does
All
that
right,
sound
Rachel
okay?
Whipple had no opinion I'm going to share with you. She says an Airbnb I stayed at in London years ago was a development that was turning into a short-term rental building and it was a mess. Even 25% can be high for destroying a community and boosting the prices of the other units. But it could be interesting if we end up creating a race for people to get their annual STR permits before others in their building can. It's like trying to reserve a good group campsite every year. Definitely want some research back. Okay. She's on a plane texting us, listening.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thanks. All right, next a discussion regarding rental dwelling licenses and related fees. Oh, wait, I missed something?
So, Chair McKay,
Yeah.
lunch isn't here yet, so if you want to keep going, we're good to
Okay.
go.
You'll let us know when it's here?
Yep.
Stomach was saying it was fine.
Oh, I'm with you. Okay.
Okay, perfect. This, if you remember a couple weeks ago, this memo that was prepared by Laramie and 311 was sent out. So I'm not going to review that whole memo. These are just some highlights that we're going to go over and then open it up to discussion on what the council would like to do. And again, these are just the motions that are bringing this memo to you, just about RDL pricing and kind of what that looks like. So just some highlights from the memo here, just the rental dwelling license currently, how much it costs, and then renewal requirements and inspection requirements. And then we also have, this is the annual cost. So these are the costs that 311 did a lot of work with across departments and within their own, really diving down and see how much just covering the costs of how much it is to issue a rental dwelling license and then track that and do the inspection, just base costs in the city, how much that is. If you can see in that graph, they have like how many minutes it takes to enter an application, and they put 16 because it's like down to the minute. So they did some really good work here. And then they have how much it costs for one rental dwelling license with and without an inspection, because the inspection does add some cost there, but that was included in the motion to kind of look at how much it would cost to include inspections every 3 years or for every single one. These are statistics that they did based on the licensing that we have now, including the expected revenue for this year. This is an interesting graph that we can talk about. Just the number of owners that own more than 100 units is, anyway, that data is interesting. And I think that's all that I pulled out from here. So we have Laramie here. At the end of the memo, if you remember, there's some there's some options that they recommended and included on what to do. I didn't highlight anything on disproportionate fees and what that includes. That would mean more than just the base cost of the actual license. That includes, if you want to do a disproportionate fee, includes a lot more than that. We have some background on that as well. But from here, I just want to open it up to council discussion, and we have people from across departments here to discuss this as well.
Thank you. Any questions for Malia? Councillor Garrett.
Can you remind us, Malia, I'm trying to remember if I read in here how long we have had the current fee. How long has it been since there's been a fee increase in the application? Was that listed anywhere or?
The $20 and the $60 fee, I'm not sure. I know the last fee study was in 2010 and these were the fees and we didn't increase it then. So at least 14 years. But longer than that, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I believe Rachel Breen was looking into this and her data goes back to, I think, 2000. And it was the same back in 2000. And that's where her information stops. So it may have been even earlier than that.
There's just no doubt our fees are ridiculously low and we're subsidizing landlords 100%. And so that has to change ASAP. I thought it was interesting. We have these numbers. We did the study, we did the full study and have everything from 2000, correct? Or is it 2010?
It was 2011.
2011, thank you. My gut is to get it changed ASAP, at least to the numbers that we have. And then if we want to do another study and go from there, if it's going to be different. But just doing another study costs money and time. And I don't want to wait. I don't want to spend that money and give that time yet when we know that it's going to be at least from the old study, right?
Yes.
And that's totally a safe number to go off of it. And that number is much, much, much bigger than.
Yeah. So Brian can correct me if I'm wrong or Laramie. So this is just the base fee and legally we're allowed to change it to this because we can justify our numbers that this is just like the people directly involved in issuing the license and the inspection. We can charge that.
Let's do that.
Anything more than that, we would need the fee study.
I think we should start with this. And then if we think the fee study would be something significant, different, I don't know. What do you think, Laramie? Do you think it would be significantly different than if we changed it to the 151?
It will be significantly different. I think one thing we have to remember in doing that fee study, whatever that comes out to be, it could be anywhere from 600. Some cities are charging 2,500.
Wow.
It depends on how many units you have. But I think when we get to that point, we have to decide, number one, are we willing to impose that fee on, like Malia pointed out, the slide below, those 16 owners that own 100+ units, those, well, you can see there's 2,600 of the 12,000 units we have in the city. Those people are probably going to scream the loudest. And at that point, do we have the will to impose that type of fee? I'm not saying that ignorance is bliss, but when you come across that study that says it is X amount of dollars, we have to be prepared to justify why we choose to or not to impose that type of fee. The other thing I wanted to point out here was, if you'll go back up to the slide before that, when we come up to this 151.30, that's for one unit. So just above here, we talked about, we showed the fee for one unit today is $20. Multiple units is $60. That's the fee for one unit.
Right.
So if we do two plus units going forward, do we want to incrementally charge 2+? Do we want to double that? Do we want to charge the 151 plus a set amount for every additional unit after that? Because 2+ units in the slide below, we have a number of licenses that have 2+ units, but we have a number of licenses that have 25+ units. And from our perspective in customer service, when we take in that application, that's just a number for us. So whether it's 1 unit, 2 or 3, it doesn't change the amount of the base fee. But the time for review for the other department, like development services in Scott and Bill's area, sometimes that takes a little bit longer, because if it's just 2 or 3, that's not a big deal. We do have some really large ones in there, like the ones for Provo Housing have hundreds of units in there that it takes hours of review time, not just 16 minutes. So that's one thing we didn't point out here is that's just the base fee for one unit. So we'll have to have some kind of discussion going forward, what we want to charge for 2+ units. And if we want to break it up into 2 to 10 or 10 to 20 or just 2+, we can do that too.
Brian, can I ask you a question? Is it, I don't even know legally what's possible. Like for something like Provo Housing Authority, where it's Section 8 housing, can there be different pricing for them versus, or does everything have to be exactly the same?
Well, so the main thing that we're talking about here is the difference between a tax and a fee, right? And the difference between a tax and a fee is the fees recover costs. So that's what determines the maximum you can charge, but there's nothing that says you can't subsidize certain things and have lower than that for certain categories. So yes, you can do that with the caveat that you can't then make it up on the backs of others.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Interesting. Councilor Hoban.
I would assume that this sophisticated fee study would be able to tell us, at 45 units, a 45 unit complexes, there's some economies of scale there, right? Like it only takes one trip to the place and you're only checking, maybe, I don't know, a stairwell for 50 units, right? Instead of a stairwell for 1 unit. So I would assume that the fee study could give us some pretty good definitive breakpoints where, okay, here's where you start to get some economies of scale. So this, for 20 units, you should charge this, but for 50 units, you could charge this. Wouldn't that make sense that there's a way to kind of have a sliding scale that, the more units at a single location and using a single stairwell and, all that there's probably, we can get pretty surgical with how we charge certain number of units, couldn't we?
Correct. The previous fee study did outline what would make up the base fee. And then it dove much, much deeper into the disproportionate fee. And I think that's where you see a lot of that specific amount of data for number of units and the impact, not just to the application process, but just having that rental dwelling or that business license in the city. And then it starts talking about how many trips per month happen in this type of business, this type of rental dwelling. So when you look at information like that, it talks about police time, fire responsibility, administrative time, all of those kind of things. So it does get pretty detailed, but it just seemed like kind of a rabbit hole on what parts we pick and choose that we want to use to justify those thresholds.
It just seems like if you have good data behind it, that you can justify and kind of it can help you have the political will to say, yes, but, this is what it costs us for your size apartment complex. And we're not the Salvation Army, right? Like we need to charge what service that we're providing for the service we're providing.
I think the second point that I wanted to bring up while I'm up here is the second ask at the beginning of the memo was talking about the need for an inspection for these rental dwelling units every year or every 3 years. Currently, when we take in a rental dwelling application, we charge a base fee and an inspection fee, and it's inspected that first time. It's never inspected after that. So they're just collecting that annual fee every single year from then on. The ask was that there is a desire to have an inspection on each dwelling unit in the city every 3 years. There are some fees associated with that I think cause us to relook at that the base fee, because I did throw in that number of the 151 included a $60 inspection fee, $65 inspection fee. But if the desire is to charge that $65 inspection fee on every single unit in the city, I think we had 12,000 units in there, that would be a significant impact to development services and the way they do their inspections upon the renewal of that license. So currently, I can let other people speak to this one. They don't have the staff to do that, and there would be an increase. I think we figured at 3 FTEs to do that. But I think we have to address that. Is that something that we want to do? Is the desire to have that inspection done, or?
That's like a whole separate discussion, huh? Right? Like that's one piece of it.
Because that in essence would And the 151 is still the 151, and that's what it costs to do that, including that inspection. But that's going to impact that fee every single year. And more importantly, to those RDLs that have 2+ units. So if there's 100 units in there, there's 100 inspections in there. So I think we just have to look at that 2+ fee going forward, because there's a lot of factors in there that can change that.
What was the pricing you were proposing or that you thought was appropriate if it was multiple units? Is to stick to the 151, or did you have an idea for?
Well, we came up with like 5, 6, 7 scenarios. I think what was interesting about that one is the 151 works great for the 1 unit. But if you look at just the amount of time for us to look at the application, that seems to be irrelevant because it's the same for customer service. But the amount of time that it takes for development services to review that same application, I think we could use that time and add that per unit as I don't know if it's $5, $10 or whatever, and add that to that base fee for multiple units. But again, do we want to do that from 2 to 10 units, 10 to 50, or do we just want to say for every single one?
Okay. Councillor Bogdan.
So if we do inspections, like is here, if I'm understanding this correctly, we'll need 3 additional FTEs. Will the payroll and everything for those 3 additional FTEs be covered with this fee?
Potentially it could be. It could, yes.
Because that would be my preference, to charge whatever's going to cover the cost of the FTEs, because obviously, if I'm thinking about this right, that these FTEs are going to be used solely to do these inspections, right?
Correct.
So we'd want to get them, in my mind, we'd want to get them covered by the fee.
So in the memo, they did this math for us. So if we inspected every rental unit once every 3 years, like the motion said, that would be 3.86 additional FTEs, which would be per year $356,000 additional.
Councillor Whipple said, I do think inspections are important. So many of our renters in Provo live in unsafe and substandard housing, and they complain and they get kicked out. And the unit is rented to someone else without repair or improvement. Councillor Christensen.
Just a question. So the 151 time, so I'm still not clear. Does the fee, if we kept it at 151, does that cover the FTEs that would be needed? The gross cost? Because to me, it's a simple fact.
Well, if we did it,
we just need to back in from that. What's it going to cost to enforce? And then let's make sure we're charging that to.
That covers the inspection for 1 unit. But when you do 2+ units.
And I'm not sure why we would create a discount pack. Yes, there might be a small, that you only get 1 stairwell instead of 5. It just seems like we ought to come up with something that will help us back into what do we need to enforce it.
So to cover the amount of inspections and those FTEs, in the memo, I did some math there for you. And if we charge per unit, if we look at 5 units, that's about 208 every year. There we go. But if you look at the ones down at the bottom, a rental dwelling license with 100 units to cover with that inspection 1 time a year, that rental dwelling license would cost $8,645 to cover the amount of FTEs we would need to do inspections on 100 units every single year.
So that's to one landlord with 100 units, $8,645.
And currently they're paying $60.
So this is higher.
Yeah.
Just checking the math.
A little bit.
That seems it's cost of doing business. I don't know. It's like, it is what it is. But have we done the math on if this covers our FTDs?
I mean, if you just look at, there's 12,000 rental units. So if you charged every single rental unit that 150, it would cover the FTEs easily.
Yeah.
Well, I think maybe the question, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I think maybe the question is how the council feels about inspection. Is that even important? And if everyone is nodding their head like, yes, well, then should the city pay for that? And I think all of us would say, no, whoever is the property owner, and we ought to just figure out what that number is. So maybe there's a little bit more work to come back and just say, here's what it costs for the 3.8 FTEs and make a recommendation on what this fee should be, and we're good to go.
Maybe we should do a vote on that. Yeah, Counselor, yes, Mayor Michelle
All right.
Kafusi.
Just a couple points I just want to point out, and just pay really good attention to the costs that will impact the general fund with the FTEs, right? That's ongoing costs that we've never had to use before that now will have to be pulled out.
But we would make it part of the fee, 100%.
To get it, yeah, eventually. The other piece I'm just worried about is for a lot of years, I've watched this happen, and they've tried to raise these. I've talked to Amanda about it, and then they turn out. I think George recalls when you go after the apartment landlords, they will fill this place. So I think my thoughts for you would be, do you have the political will to hold the line? Because if you don't even touch it. Because you've got to be able to hold firm on this if you're really going to do this.
To the mayor's point, those 16 people that have 100+ units, they're paying $60 today. And going forward, you're going to tell them their rental dwelling license will now cost them $8,600 every year. And if I was that applicant, I would call each one of you. So I think that's a tough one to try to.
Or at the very least, they would pass that on to their tenants.
Which is counterproductive to keeping the rents and whatnot low. And
One clarification real quick. So it'd be about $3,000 a year. Is that correct? Not the 8?
Yes, when they're not doing inspections.
They'd be 8,500 for the 3 years.
so it'd be for the 3.
Yeah.
That'd be option 1. So you'd pay the $8,600 for the first year, and then the years 2 and 3, you'd pay $66 per unit.
That's an important clarification.
Or you could do option 2 where you pay the $2,900 every year.
I call that the equal pay program. So it's the same every single year.
Counselor Hoban.
What does a fee study cost?
When it was done in 2010,
It's about 20,000, weren't they
it was
saying?
like $25,000.
Seems to me like it'd be worth doing and getting some actual numbers that then we can have to say, this is what the cost is, both hard and soft costs. And so we're going to charge it. And maybe it's a ramp up. Maybe it's, you're $60 today. Next year, you're $1,000. The year after that, you're $3,000. And, I don't know, maybe we eventually get to where they need to be. But I would be comfortable just saying like, look, this is what the study shows are our costs. And it's not our responsibility to cover those. But I do think we need to understand like how often are inspections needed? Like, can the fee study, or maybe it's just our policy advisors, just look into like, how often do we really need these inspections? Like in a big apartment complex, I would assume that not much changes from, year to year. In a small home, maybe the air conditioning goes out and you get complaints. I don't know. Or maybe it's, we don't need inspections as often, but we need better response when residents do complain, right? So I don't know if maybe that could help reduce the costs and make this more palatable, but I guess I would just want to have a good idea from you guys, like how often do we really need to do these inspections? Is it every year? Is it every 3? Is it every 5? Is it different for a single family as opposed to a larger apartment complex?
I think my interpretation was the council wanted to, and this was just my take on it, was trying to raise or elevate that standard of rental dwelling units throughout Provo. Because right now they're just inspected once, then who knows what's happening 10 years down the road. But if we're trying to help elevate that basic standard of an acceptable dwelling unit in Provo, to have it inspected more often, because we can have that inspected however often we want to.
Well, but I'm asking you, what do you think? How often, for a typical home, how often do you think it would be good for it to be inspected? To be reasonable and,
Scott
public
Johnson.
safety, we're talking about the safety of renters and things like that. I mean, if an air conditioning goes out, we should hear from
But we
renters.
can't do anything about that. Like, that's a civil thing. They have to go sue their landlord. You know what I mean? We can't do anything about that.
So there are some things that we can address. So air conditioning, no, we can't. Heating, yes, we can.
Okay.
So there's a very specific set of minimum health and safety standards that the code already outlines that we do address. And when we go and do our inspections, when we get a new rental dwelling license, we follow those, and that's what we inspect for. The vast majority of the properties that we inspect, we're seeing they need smoke detectors put back into the bedrooms or in the hallway, or the batteries put into the smoke detectors because the tenants took them out, let's see, what's GFCI outlets in any outlet that's near a water source. That's the vast majority are fairly minor things like that. We often also see water tanks, hot water heaters that need a seismic strap around it. On occasion, we find basement bedrooms that don't have egress windows sufficient for somebody to get in or out in case of an emergency. And so we do require those types of changes to take place.
Let me just say though, all of those things once in place typically are going to stay in place. You put a window in, you put a seismic strap in, you put a GFCI outlet in, it's probably going to stay. So that would be addressed initial inspection, but then we end up with problems 10 years down the road or whatever. So I'm saying, obviously 10-year, never having an inspection again isn't working, but is it every 3 years or is it every 5 or is it every 10? What would be a good recommendation based on your experience? Because I think probably the 3 years was just like mandated by us, right? Well, we're not the experts.
Yeah, that's what the current code says. The current code allows us to go in every 3 years to inspect any rental property.
It doesn't mean we do it. It allows
Oh,
us.
okay.
Yeah,
Allows.
we don't
Okay.
do that currently, correct?
Okay.
It allows us to do it, and so
Well, I guess there's a difference from my perspective of allowing and what we actually do in practice. So allowing is probably a good idea, right? Having a shorter window on the allowance. But I'm saying in practical terms, how often should we be inspecting these units? I mean,
I would venture to say 3, no less than 3. I don't see any need for any shortening of that time period. And for a little bit of background, our department prior to 2017 did not proactively inspect rental dwellings when licenses came in. When I started with the city in 2017, we were solely inspecting rental dwellings when we got complaints. And around the 2017, 2018 timeframe, we were seeing a large number of complaints come in. And so we decided we were going to be a little more proactive. And when we get new licenses coming in, that's when we're going to require an inspection. And so we started doing that then, and we've done it since. And we've seen a lot of these minor things, but that's really all that the code allows us is for minor, very, very basic life safety concerns to be addressed. Handrails, guardrails, smoke detectors, GFCI outlets.
I guess what I'm trying to get with all my questions is I think we should just determine what's the right way to do things, the best way to do things, and cover our costs, and then just move forward doing that. And so, I think we need to get a good understanding of how often really should we do it? Is it 3 years or is it 5 years? Is it 7 years? 10? I don't know. And then just in general, again, I guess I'll reiterate that it seems to me like if we know what our hard and soft costs are, it would make sense unless we're looking at saying there's a reason that we want to subsidize this, for large apartment complexes. And like I said, maybe it's a ramp up period, so we give them time to prepare and anticipate these increases. I don't know, but it just seems like right now we're just kind of shooting in the dark, and we've been shooting in the dark, and that, I don't know, I would support a fee study for this, but.
Counselor Handley.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we've contemplated, I do think we probably need a fee study, but I wonder if we've contemplated thinking of sort of the airport equivalent of, inspecting every 10th piece of luggage that goes through. I mean, if you have an apartment building of 100 units and you select totally at random 20 of them to inspect and call it good, and then the next time you do it, you pick 20 different ones. I don't know if that would also help reduce the costs. If you said within a 5-year period, we intend to inspect every apartment in the city, but we're going to do it randomly every year. And sort of people get selected for the inspection, and that way it doesn't, you know exactly how much it's going to cost, and it also reduces their impact, but it gives us the information. Just the threat of it, like inspections of restaurants, right? Just the threat of the inspection coming at random maybe is enough to help improve the quality of life for the residents. But I think we do have a problem in Provo, especially in the rental community with, very subpar landlords who are not attending to the structure and the quality of the facility. And we've got to sort of amp that up a little bit. But I think I would agree that jumping to an $8,000 fee is going to freak a lot of people out.
I think with
or at least 16 people.
These numbers here, two things with that, George. These numbers are if we charged every single unit the full price. If we did so right now everything is 20, and then if you have more than 2, it's 60. That's our entire scale right now.
Yeah.
We could do a scale where we say, well, between 1 and 5 units, we charge you for every single one. Between 5 and 25, we'll do 150 plus, like
25.
not 150 for each additional one after that. So we could scale this. We could come back with a recommendation on those scales. So at that, if we did do scales, it would not be 8,600. It would be a lot less.
Well, and even look, what I'm saying is also even if you didn't inspect every single one of those 100, but you selected them at random, then you could also justify lowering it a little bit. But you'd probably get the same net effect.
Currently, right now, I believe that is what they do. I'm just gonna stop talking.
Okay.
So, like I said before, every new license that comes in, we inspect. Any complaint that we get, we inspect. There are properties that we find outside of complaints specifically about the health and safety that we do inspect as well. If there's something that a different type of zoning complaint comes in, or we notice something going on in the property that seems to be an issue, and we look at the license and see, hey, it's been more than 3 years since we've done an inspection. Let's double check and make sure everything's good. We do that as well. And so it's not a hard fast that we only do it when we get the new licenses and we only do it when we get complaints. It's kind of a mix of all three right now, just kind of based on staffing availability at the time.
Councillor Christensen.
Well, I think the mayor's caution is helpful. Here's what I would want to know. To Travis's point, I would want to know, what are the costs? And I would be supportive of a study, because what we know is what it is right now is ridiculous. We're subsidizing, and I think that's unfair to the rest of the citizens. So
and
I think
we know this 151 is legit costs. That 151's been studied as far as our hard costs.
Okay, well, that's fair. What I don't know about the 150 or the discussion that's just happened, is there a way to make that more leveraged? So to George's and Travis's point, is there some way of looking at that? So apartment block of 100, you're kind of spot checking the 20, they don't know which 20, that kind of thing. And that may impact the 151. Or not necessarily the 151, but the amount that's paid. So if we could figure out a just and fair way to, in terms of the frequency and the intensity of the inspections, and then just know what the costs are, I would have no trouble saying to a landlord, you had a windfall. Just say thank you. And here's what the costs now are, especially if we've taken into account trying to keep that as minimally invasive as possible, or from a number standpoint. So we're not inspecting every single thing, because I question whether 3 years, again, I don't know, but I just question, once you get the safety things in place, except those battery things, I don't think we need to inspect for batteries. Once an apartment is done, maybe 5 years is okay. I'd love some recommendations about that part of the expense, not the per unit. I get the per unit, but I'd love to see something between that takes some of those other factors into account.
Okay, so there's two sides of this. I think I'm hearing that we all agree that we are subsidizing this and it's ridiculously low and has been for a very long time. We need to fix that. And that we also want to do a study, which is going to take some time and money. In the meantime, we know these are hard costs that we do have. Like, what about the idea of implementing we know the 151.30, but coming back to us with options for the higher amounts, the 10 plus, 10 plus, 25 plus, 50 plus, and scenarios that would best do that in the meantime. And then we have a goal for our next budget to do a full study and readdress it all.
Let me just clarify. The 151 is the base.
It's a base.
Fee.
It's a base fee. Like those are our base hard costs that
base hard
we
costs, and
know
that's
exactly.
accurate.
Which
And if
means
you
it
look-
costs more than that.
And if you look at everyone below that one, all that's happening there is the base fee of the 151 is being charged just the one time, but we're adding that $66 per unit for the inspection. So the break even point, just to break even, is the 151 plus 66 per unit. So anything below that is going to become a subsidy in essence, that whatever break you give them from that point forward. So I think we can do that from like 2 to 5, 5 to 20, whatever. The base fee would still stay the same. At that point, you're just starting to discount the inspection.
You are.
So.
Counselor Bogdan.
I want to understand this a little bit more. So you have the option 1, and let's say the 1 unit at 151. So you pay that in year 1, and then 66 in year 2, 66 in year 3, and then back to 151 in year 4.
If you're inspecting every 3 years. If
you're
you don't
inspecting
inspect it, it would be 66 in year 4.
If you don't inspect it, then it's 66 in year 4.
Yes.
So then when it switches over again to year 1, do you start that 151 again, or is it still 66 in year
Every
1?
time it's inspected, you would charge 151.
Correct.
That's just the difference of the inspection or no inspection.
Well, I don't know. The difference between 66 and 151 is not only the inspection, is it?
The 151 includes that $66 inspection fee. So.
Okay.
Okay, and so option 2 is 95 every year for 4 years or for 3 years?
It's every year. That's basically the 151 plus the 66 plus 66, because that's a 3-year time.
So that's
period,
just the 3 year.
divided by 3.
Okay, thanks. The 4 confused me on there.
Rachel's putting an idea that we charge for the first time inspections and then we just charge people as we get complaint inspections. Counselor Handley.
Well, it sounds like we've thrown out some good ideas. It sounds like you have some, we've got preliminary discussion here, but I'm wondering if we should,
I know.
because we're just
It's tricky because I don't, like, these fees are so low. I don't want to, part of me wants to just make a motion and go ahead with increasing something and then, because we're not going to look at this. If we do a study and stuff for 2025, we're not going to look at this again for over a year.
Chair McKay, just to clarify, it sounds like the council's pretty on board, and correct me if I'm wrong, with adjusting the base fee. We are not recovering our costs there. Would the council be comfortable with staff coming back, working with customer service on some recommendations as far as best practices for additional inspections, what those costs might look like, but just moving forward with the base fee recommendations that are before you today?
So what would those base fee recommendations be? The first, and so for 1 or more, 151 instead of the $20? And then what about for this?
we don't know what we're.
We need another, we need to pick a price for the more than one. Because right now we're just doing 60. Like even if we just did like 500, it would be something. But I'm wondering if we should like put a stopgap in right now to do something until we
Sure.
get the study back in a year.
And I guess that's a good question for Laramie. Let me clarify. So your 151 would be a new RDL coming on, getting a new RDL license, they would need everything. Those additional years, the cost without an inspection would just be $66. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can
So
we
that would be
just,
that would be the change in the base fee.
well, yeah, one stopgap measure might be $66 for everybody for now, and then let's get a study on the fee structure with, multiple units and with recommended frequency of inspections, and then we adjust it further. That's just one option I'm thinking of.
By study, do you just mean us study that?
No, it would have to be a consultant study, the 20,000, 25,000.
Keep
Yeah,
in
I mean,
mind that
so-
25,000 was the price tag 14 years ago.
It's a good point, Laramie.
I mean, do you think, I'm not sure we need that. I think what we need is just to sort out these issues about the frequency that we want, and what we do with the increasing number of units per landlord.
We could ask that question. There's a couple of things there I think that we could kind of help guide what we're looking for and the cost of what that would provide us. So 14 years ago, it was about $25,000 for a disproportionate fee study that contained a study on rental dwelling license and business licensing, because business licensing is kind of in the same boat here. I guess that's a discussion for another day. But additionally, with whatever that fee comes back to be, the original consultant that did that original fee study, we talked about possibly reaching out to them and doing an update, because they already have all that data. It's actually, it started at one company and they moved to another, and they are still in business today. So we thought maybe if we got a letter of update, since they already kind of have the template, they kind of have the formula, kind of familiar with the way Provo City operates, that I'm assuming that we could probably get a better deal on a fee study, provided that extra bit of information. I think they're already contracted to do a fee study for us right now on something completely different. So we could ask that question. But the other thing I want to throw out there, and I don't want this to be a determining factor in when we actually approve or not approve a raise in the fee, is currently we're going through a CityView software upgrade. And we have a hard code freeze, which means we cannot change anything with the way we do our workflows and fees and whatnot in CityView. And that's not expected to be finished until November-ish. So whatever we decide, if we decide to change those fees, I think we would have to work with our IS department to make sure that's a feasible thing for us to do at this point. Because right now we're kind of in a whole pattern. I don't know if that buys us some time, if you need time to do that.
Well, that just means a lot more subsidizing.
We'll just make it work. Because if we have to make it work, we'll make it work. So.
Councillor Hoban.
Well, that kind of changes things, though. I would say the whole freeze can be unfrozen for some certain things, but in any case, I was going to say, I think we should just recommend going with the 151 per unit that's when there is an inspection, right? And then the 66 for other years.
Yes.
And then you guys come back with recommendations on a sliding scale when the number of units are increased. How do we increase that? And, then we could figure out, a ramp up period or something like that for apartment complexes to get used to that. But that's what I was going to go with. But the freeze changes things. So that's.
On that note, we can't make that work. We'll do what we need to do there. But we can go with the 151 and then realize it's 151, 66, 66, or we can do 95 every single year. And that accomplishes the same thing.
People might sell their house though. Like we don't want to, that's not as, like people could do a rental 1 year, right? And then not do it another year. So, or they could sell it the second year. And so they've paid, I don't know. I think it's just as is. It's probably safer. But Councillor Christensen. No. Okay. Kind of pick. I'm thinking about what Hoban.
Yeah, but by the way, I wasn't saying 151 per unit. I wasn't saying we go
You're
to this
saying the
8,000.
first time.
I'm just saying we just do it like we have today, where it's like a low fee, but at least we're increasing the fee a little bit, getting it, to a point where we're
Well, we
covering
do
our
the
hard
first
costs.
inspection at 151 for the first time, right?
I just don't want to go to 8,000 or 3,000 for these
Right.
landlords. That's what I'm
But we
saying.
need to pick a similar thing where it's 151 if they're doing an inspection, 65 if they're not, And then like 500 if they own.
Well,
more than
I'm
that
asking
or
them to come back with recommendations of if they own more, what that scale should be. I'm saying I don't want to put in a scale today.
We're doing
That's-
things. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I've,
Yeah, I just didn't want to, I wanted them to come back with the recommendations of a scale as opposed to us kind of
Okay,
shooting
do you want to
in the
make a
dark.
motion?
yeah, I think we're kind of shooting from the hip here, and I think we should, even if we're feeling the time pressure, I think I'd rather invite you to come back with even a stopgap measure that makes some sense rather than trying to just decide that right now.
We can
So-
come back with.
Could I add
with-
something to that?
Yeah.
I also don't feel the need to do a formal study. I think you could do that research and you could tell us what, you've already done most of it. So again, I don't think this is dependent upon an outside study.
I feel that way too. But I don't, that's why we said we should take a motion on to see who wants to do the formal study or not.
So Chair McKay, just to chime in, the formal study that was done previously was really with the intention of studying the disproportionate fee, which we haven't discussed. And honestly,
Is
I
it
don't want to
will-
go down that rabbit hole
Yeah.
today. If we were to go to an outside entity and say, these are our costs, we would literally just be giving them our costs and asking them to divide this out. That's
Yeah.
something that I think we can do in-house
Yeah.
in order to provide an accurate and non-subsidized base fee, and then come back with options on if the council would like to do additional inspections.
Christensen? Okay, Handley.
So I'll make a motion that we instruct staff to come back I'll think about how, when in just a second, but to come back to make recommendations about these fees regarding
Multiple.
the 151 and then multiple units, how that would work with multiple units, and what you are recommending to us about the frequency of inspections and also how this would pay for itself. In other words, I think we've explored a whole bunch of different things here. We understand the need to raise the price. We're not sure how much to raise it for multiple units. We're not sure what that does for staff time. And so we would like to have staff recommendations to help us see that a little more clearly. But I think if we can do that in the next month or so, then we don't lose too much time and we can get it right.
If I can decide to that, coming back with that recommendation, I think the sooner the better, because that does have implications on development services and the ability
Okay.
to have.
If you can do it sooner, great.
necessary
Yeah, I
steps to-
just don't know what's manageable.
I would second that.
Okay, we'll do votes. Oh, is there any discussion on that? Counselor Garrett,
Yes.
Counselor Christensen,
Yes.
Counselor Hoban,
Yes.
Counselor Bogdan,
Yes.
Counselor Handley,
Yes.
and Counselor McKay, yes. And so in that discussion too, Malia, then we'll just have to figure out how much we want to inspect.
Yes.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks, guys.
Thank you, Laramie. Is lunch here? Okay. We will take a break. Are we gonna bring lunch to our tables, right? And do let me see. We have half an hour.
15 minutes in there.
Chair McKay, we've got a break scheduled so that you can eat off the dais if you want, or we can keep trucking along.
Yeah, the next thing starts at 1, so we're good till 1.
Recording stopped.
Well, she's on a plane. She can't do Zoom. You have to verbally be able to speak. So we can't hear her voice. So it doesn't count. But so she's streaming it and then just texting me.
Recording in progress.
All right, welcome back. We are now going to have a discussion regarding an ordinance amending Provo City Code regarding defined nuisances. Now presented by Scott Johnson.
All right. So those that I haven't met yet, my name is Scott Johnson. I'm the zoning administrator for the city. I appreciate having this opportunity to talk to you a little bit about the nuisance code and some things that I think will be helpful in the long run for the city enforcing more difficult properties throughout the city. So one of the questions a lot of times the city council asks me is what tools, what amendments could help you do better enforcing the city code in the city? And this is something that I think will help us in conjunction with working with the police on some of the more difficult cases that we deal with throughout the city. So simply the proposed amendment is just to simply include many different criminal activities that are already defined as a nuisance in state code, that are criminal activities in state code, and just putting it into our code so that when we work with the police on things that they're enforcing, we can help hold the property owner responsible for things that are taking place on that property. So anything that has to do with, controlled substances, gambling, criminal activity involving multiple people. So basically gang-related criminal activities, excuse me, and prostitution. So it's, to me, pretty straightforward. These things are a nuisance in many property or in many neighborhoods when they happen. We've had a number of cases where the police have been involved with dealing with drug activity that's going on in the home. We look at it from a zoning perspective to see if there's any zoning codes that are in violation as well, to see if we can enforce on anything for the property owner. And there's been times where we have been able to address some things, and there's been times that we haven't been able to address things that would help assist the police, and that the police would be able to help assist us with enforcing on what is really a problem for the neighborhood. And some of these cases, some of you council members may be aware of. I'm not going to go into any details of those, but there are some of the higher priority cases that get brought up to the mayor's office or to the council office of neighborhoods really frustrated that this is going on in their neighborhood, and there should be something that we should be able to do about it. Excuse me for my voice. I believe that adding these definitions of various activities that are criminal in nature to the nuisance code would allow us to determine this property as a nuisance and require the property owner, whether they live there or not, to abate that nuisance or to prohibit that activity to continue going on at that property. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Scott. Now, this is one you guys brought to us. I'm glad that you brought it to our attention. It seems like a no-brainer. Any questions for Scott? Becky Bogdan.
As a person who lived across the street, which Scott, I'm sure, very well knows, from one of these that I even had to sit with Captain BB before he was, or Chief BB before he was a chief, and look at him and say, I don't care what you have to do. This is a problem. I appreciate this very, very, very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay.
This is an easy one. Yep. And are you coming to us tonight?
No, this will go next council meeting. So
great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, an ordinance amending Provo City Code regarding tenant identification wall signs, downtown neighborhood application.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. My name is Mary Bonds.
I don't think we've heard from you yet, huh?
Yeah, I'm a new.
I've seen you on Planning Commission.
Okay, good. Lucky. It's probably this exact application. All right. So yeah, my name is Mary Bonds. Lovely to meet all of you. I've met a few of you so far. So this application is maybe not as straightforward as the last one, but it is still fairly straightforward. Chuck Matheny with Harris Investment Group. He moved into the building at 85 North University Avenue. That's the Wells Fargo building just around the corner from here. And he wants to finish his signage scheme on the property. Where's the little clicker? Here it is. Oh, wait, this is not my one. Or do I keep going? Awesome, thanks. I'll just keep talking. He wants to finish his signage scheme on that property, on that building. He wants to add another Harris investment sign on the west facing facade. You saw pictures in the staff report. But that's the reason why he's bringing this to you today. So currently the signage code states that we only allow 2 tenant identification signs on 5-story plus buildings, specifically on the public street facing facades. So he wants to increase that to 3. Thank you for that. So there's that little example of what would be happening. And then this would only affect the downtown zones, so DT1, DT2, ITO, DGW, and WG zones. Those are kind of centrally located in the city. And then there's another ITOD that was just zoned back in 2020, I believe. In this, special zoned area, the Rivers, I believe it's Rivers Edge Development or the Mix or something. Anyways, there's no buildings that are 5 stories tall, and they're all brand new. So I don't imagine they will be redeveloped probably within, my lifetime. Anyways, so going on to some of the reasons for this proposed amendment. Well, I kind of already talked about this is going to allow the applicant to ensure a cohesive signage theme for his property, not his property, for his business. It will increase opportunities for businesses to advertise on their buildings. So multi-story office buildings often do have 2 tenants that serve different market segments, like Wells Fargo and Harris Investment Group. So sometimes these tenants will want to co-brand their buildings. So again, this will just increase opportunities for businesses to advertise on their buildings. It does not negatively affect the public purpose of the sign code. So from what I can gather, it appears that the purpose of this code is to make sure there's not an overwhelming number of tenant identification signs on 5-story plus buildings. And staff believes that increasing it from 2 to 3 will not create an overwhelming number of signs. It also removes a possible obstacle from the code language for businesses that are wanting to locate in Provo. The general plan does state that it's important that the city continues to communicate with local businesses to understand how they can best support them. Removing unnecessary code requirements and policy impediments can be key in creating that healthy, prosperous economic environment. And that's something that Chuck Matheny brought up as well, is this would really help him be able to advertise his business in a way that he really, really would like to and really wants to. And then finally, it is supported by the Development Services Department. So the impact of this ordinance amendment, I went through, because it's just such a small area, I went through some of those, the downtown zones, and picked out all the buildings that are 5-story plus. So there's about 13 of them. Of course, any new buildings will also apply to this, will also have this amendment applied to them. Some of the Planning Commission concerns, I'm sure most of you read the report of action, the ROA, and one of the commissioners did vote against this ordinance amendment. So some of her concerns was that it would clutter the building facade. So the only answer that we really have for that is that we have existing design considerations in the code, design standards in the code that talk about the type, the size, the location. I put location twice in there, but it's just one location. Anyways, we already have those standards in the code, and so we would just fall back on that. And I mean, you could say that increasing it from 2 to 3 would clutter it, but we would be relying on these design standards to make sure that it doesn't look bad, right? These existing design standards. A concern was brought up that the sign itself could be unattractive. I'm sure you're all aware that that's not something we can really legislate. It just, we can't limit content of a sign or a logo simply because it's unattractive or we don't like it, right? Anyways, and then there is this commissioner also brought up a loophole that a property owner could use. Having a building identification sign could, basically a building identification sign identifies the actual building. So if on this building, I won't go into it. Basically, there is a loophole that you could have a building identification sign and then 3 tenant signs, and then that would create 4, wall signs on the upper stories of these 5-story plus buildings. Again, the only really rebuttal we have for that is that there are design standards that control building identification signs as well, area, number, location, projection, that kind of thing. So we would use that to make sure it doesn't look bad. Of course, if you also see an issue with that, we're totally open to looking at an amendment to the design standards to make sure they properly reflect what you guys are wanting on your 5-story plus building wall signs. But that's really what her concerns were there. And then our recommendation is approval, like I just talked about. We're not decreasing design requirements. This will allow Chuck to be able to finish his signage scheme. It will most likely allow other people. Again, this only impacts a smaller section of the city. It's not the entire city. And to my knowledge, we haven't had any complaints about tenant identification signs on those upper stories of the building. And then also it will help to meet the goals of the general plan. And then that's the proposed text, and I'll take any questions or if you need any other information before the meeting tonight. Also.
Any questions for Mary? Councillor Christensen.
So there's Wells Fargo at the top. Does this mean that, how do you decide who gets the sign?
Can we go back to the pictures?
Yeah, sure.
Because Harris is on there twice.
Going to be
Were
3.
you able to, I think I might have pressed something. Sorry. But yeah, go ahead with your question.
So this would say there's a 4th is available. So that makes it possible for every 5-story building to have at least 4.
Yeah,
Okay.
if they are having, that one building identification and then possibly those 3. So at least 4, yes.
Okay, so the Wells Fargo is the building identification, and then the Harris is the tenant identification.
Technically on this building, I don't know who the owner of the building is, but Wells Fargo is a tenant of the building and Harris Investment is also a tenant. So, and that's my understanding. So technically on this west facing facade, there's already 2 tenant identifications, and then there'd be that 3rd, and that's what Chuck is here for. But if, they wanted to come back and say the Wells Fargo is the building identification sign, I don't know who would make that request. It'd probably be the owner of the building would make that request.
Yeah,
and then we'd make sure it meets that, building identification sign code.
Yeah, because this also has the Circus Tricks signage as well.
Yeah, that's not a public street facing facade. So
you can put as many as you want on a non-public street, a non-street facing sign?
I'm not sure how the Circus Tricks one got on there. From looking at it, it doesn't seem as though you can, but I wonder if, Bill? And I have the signage code.
There are still limitations on the facade, even if it's not public street facing or primary street facing. There's still a limitation as to how much of the side can be in signage. I'm not sure with that particular sign. Aaron Ardmore would know. He's our in-house sign expert. I could have him answer that question tonight if you'd like.
Yeah, I'd just be curious.
Yeah, we can get that.
It's still only 3, so I assume we're switching it to 3 though, and that's already has 3.
Mm-hmm.
Well, is it 3 tenants or 3 signs?
3 signs.
3
We're
signs.
changing it from 2 to 3.
But don't you already have more than that?
So that's on the lower levels of the building. This is specifically says for, let's see, number, location. So it has to be
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
below
just from
the
the,
top
and again, I'm
floor.
just trying to understand. Just
Yeah.
from the picture on the right, you've got 5 signs.
Yeah, so below the top floor of the top like floors of the building,
Yeah.
those would count as the tenant identification signs.
Below the top floor.
The lower signs. It's different. If that makes sense. Okay, so
Counselor Christensen, and it's per face. So when you're looking at the right hand.
Per face.
Per face.
I missed that. I'm sorry.
Okay. So the open question is, on that right-hand side where it shows Wells Fargo, Harris, and Circus Tricks, it's possible, this is the one we need to check with Aaron. It's possible that that face already has one too many signs, although the change that we're proposing would fix it and make it
Yeah.
conforming.
Yeah.
But that's the one open question.
Okay.
But the side that they're proposing to put the sign on only has 2 at the moment,
That might have started. this
on the
whole
left
thing.
side.
and the lower level signs are governed by different code.
And lower level, like Wells Fargo has a couple signs. They're allowed to have multiple signs.
Yeah,
Lower?
so they're governed by the different types of code within the downtown sign area, like building directory signs. Oh, sorry, that's not one of them. But they have, like ground level businesses with individual front door entrances are allowed to have 1 sign each. So maybe that's how they designated one of those Wells Fargo signs. And then tenant identification signs are allowed on the lower levels, but they don't count towards the 5-story plus requirements.
If we are able to get a new zoning ordinance, this is one of the sections we need to have work on.
Yes.
This is a very convoluted section of our code. It's become that way over many years.
Any questions for Mary or Bill?
Bill, do you think that the ordinance needs to be rewritten? Do you feel signing is out of control on some of these buildings?
No, I don't think
In the
signage is out
zone?
of control, and I don't think this would push it to that extent. I just mean the whole way it's written in terms of different regulations for different levels and different regulations for different size, heights of buildings. Overall, it's just very complicated.
To be more
I think
clear and
I think it should be
consistent.
simplified, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's do a presentation regarding the 2025 budget. And this will be presented by Justin Harrison. This is the council office.
All right. Good afternoon, council. Welcome to the budget portion of the meeting. I know you've been waiting on pins and needles for this time of year. Don't worry. We'll be having meetings like this for months, so you will not miss out. I hope this is your shortest budget presentation. It's only a couple of slides. I won't bore you with any of the details, but would just encourage you, if you have any specific questions about the council office budget, feel free to chime in at any time. Real quickly, just wanted to touch on some of the accomplishments from the council in this past year. There were hours and hours of your time spent in these meetings debating public policy, and want to thank you for that. I know you interact with citizens a lot on various topics, and there were work meetings spent on, it was mentioned before, zoning updates. There are numerous land use items that come to you every year. The council also spent quite a bit of time on water conservation efforts, as well as hearing from social service, social service organizations in the community to better understand what those nonprofit partners do, working with the city and in conjunction with other organizations. And probably the biggest accomplishment, this was the council's #1 goal last year, was completing citywide plans. New general plan was adopted, but Also, the downtown master plan was adopted on May 16th. Conservation resiliency plan was adopted on August 1st. The gateways plan was adopted on October 17th. And the canyons and hillsides and river and lakeshore plans were adopted on December 12th, with the caveat that staff is still working on a resolution to come back in the appendix to the canyons and hillsides plan. But that was a lot of work that was done, and really want to give kudos to development services staff that worked on these plans and in conjunction with a number of consultants, but also to all of you for sitting through those hours of hearings, and really providing a direction for the next, decade or more on what Provo is going to look like. That's what those guiding documents are there for. In addition, each year the City Council takes on the passage of the budget, which last year included also truth and taxation hearings. The council prioritized employee retention in the way of adopting COLAs and merit increases for employees. And also, one of the major priorities last year were enhancements to public safety staffing. And that's what the purpose of the truth and taxation hearings last year was to add an additional police officer. So there were 3 new FTEs that were added to the police ranks in the last budget. There were a number of infrastructure improvements. We've got one right in our own parking lot right now that's ongoing in Fire Station 1. And then the implementation of the new neighborhood district program, which I can't give enough credit to Rachel Breen. She has been outstanding in working with and for the great neighborhood chairs of past and present, and really implemented that district program. So there was a lot that the council took on in the last year. And I think that's something to be proud of. Additionally, real quick, this is the council staff. You know us well. We are small but mighty, and really, it's an office full of generalists. We rely a lot, and I should say more than a lot. We rely on department staff for their expertise in all that we do, and appreciate being able to work with them and the administration on the many policy items that come before you. What else? Supplemental requests. So this was a question that the council had asked of departments to present in their letter regarding budget presentations. So in FY 2024, the council office had some small, few $1,000s worth of supplemental requests for increased public engagement and for the neighborhood program. Again, this is something that I think really had a great return on investment. There were dozens of new events that the council office put on, that councilors attended, be it, I can't even think of offhand how many booths at farmers markets and festivals, to showing up at different neighborhood events, to, ice cream social and swimming parties at the rec center. So I think that has really helped connect residents with the council, and I hope you've seen that return on investment, and I don't anticipate that ending anytime soon. I know Rachel's already reached out to you with proposed dates for some new events with Q&A with council members in the park.
Counselor Handley.
Just had a quick question about that. Is that not something you're requesting or anticipating we would need more funding for, or same amount?
We will always take more funding, Councilor Hanley, as much as you'd like to give us. But that was just the request last year. I would anticipate that going forward. As far as any supplemental requests for the upcoming fiscal year, the council did make changes to code to increase the matching grants from $5,000 to $7,500. So that will be included in our supplemental request, as well as there have been a number of software costs.
If I could just go back to that
Sure.
question, I mean, if there are, I don't know if this requires a further discussion at some other point with the council about what our goals are for public engagement in the neighborhood district program funding, but if there's, if there are kind of activities, I don't know if these in the park activities are going to increase our costs, but if there are other things that we would like to do to get people more engaged, and these things would cost us a little bit more money, we ought to be thinking about that now, right? And then see if we can't. So anyway, I'm just wanting to make sure that we don't shortchange ourselves in terms of suddenly realizing, oh, we'd love to be able to do X, Y, or Z, but we don't have any funding to do it, and we'll have to wait another year.
No, and that's something we're definitely thinking about. We're trying to be frugal with our the resources that we are allocated within the current operational budget, and want to be mindful of that. But I think we're with the requests that we anticipate, I think we'll be all right.
So just to make the point of it, we're going to continue with the budget we currently have for neighborhood engagement and public engagement. That's the plan.
There is within those increased matching grant dollars would be some additional for those park events.
Right. Okay. Oh, you're saying, so aside from the matching grant?
Yes.
Okay. What is the software stuff?
So I'm sure many of you have seen this in either your business or personal lives of the private sector moving away from one-time software purchases and moving towards subscription models. And so we have seen costs increase specifically through like our Adobe licensing. That used to be a license that we bought. It was good for so many years. It was supported for so many years. They have moved to a subscription-based model, so it's monthly. So it's an ongoing cost that instead of budgeting for one time every so many years before that license expires, we are now having to budget for that monthly, and so we're wrapping that into our operational budget. In addition, some of the costs that were incurred but weren't budgeted previously before moving into this building, things like our Zoom subscription, our Zoom room costs, those are our monthly or yearly subscription-based models that really facilitate these meetings, and that we just want to make sure are part of our operating budget and we're not leaving them out. So,
Councilor Bogdan.
So is there anything we're looking at cutting, or are we just trying to keep right on?
We are trying to stay with right where we're at. We're looking for efficiency measures where we can, and are always looking for ways to cut where we can. So if there are any suggestions, we'd take those with open arms.
No, I'm just wondering if we don't get as much income as we normally do. Well, what would we cut? But thanks.
Councilor Whipple wants to know what percentage of our travel budget for conferences did we use last year? And is there any to carry over?
That is a great question. Last year, I don't know offhand. This year, I don't anticipate that we will have much carryover. We have internally discussed with council office staff to not do any external travel outside of the state as kind of an efficiency measure because of the current revenue shortfall that we anticipate through the end of the year. But happy to get Councilor Whipple and the rest of the council an updated number on current year to date for travel expenses.
Okay, are we also considering the upgrade to the community room in our budget?
That is something that hasn't been anticipated in the budget. That's something that been working with IS Development Services and the administration on meeting to see what the thoughts are, what are the needs. If that's something the council wants to move forward with, that's absolutely something we can include. But without feedback from the rest of those departments, it's been a little tougher to make that decision just from the council side.
Okay, Counselor Christensen.
Yes, please fix the communications. It's embarrassing to have, we work so hard to get citizens and neighbors to these things, and then to have not be able to hear, not be able to understand. Rachel seems to have a pretty good sense of what needs to get done. Let's get it budgeted and let's get it done. It's just so important to communicate when they actually come to be a part and find that they can't. That's disappointing.
It is.
And I think we already had consensus on that.
We do. We've got a quote. If that's something the council would like to move forward with, we can either include that in our supplemental request. That's a budget allocation that you can make from fund balance. That's something we can move forward. We were looking towards other departments to see if that is something they wanted to share in the costs, as it's a multi-use space. But if that's something the council wants to move forward with, we can absolutely do that.
Well, I'm okay with whoever is a part of that. If it should be shared, that's fine. I just was voicing a priority to that.
Yep. Perfect. And we do have a quote from the contractor on what that would cost. So
Is development services still going in with us on that?
it's a good question.
Okay. Do you need a motion from us then?
I think there's pretty clear direction on that.
Okay.
Let's see.
All right, any other, are you still going, Justin, or do
Yep,
you want questions?
I'll buzz through real quick. So performance measures, this is also something the council had asked about reporting on for each of the departments. Performance measures for the council last year included many of the goals that the council had set, including adopting updates to and new long-range plans that we had mentioned earlier. All 5 of those were adopted and updated. Increasing the number of FTEs for the police department. Prior to FY24, so in FY23, they sat at 119 budgeted officers. 2 additional were approved through the budget and an additional officer through truth and taxation. So actually exceeded the goal of last year based off of the administration's 5-year staffing plan that they had presented to the council. There was also a goal to approve merit increases and that budgetary allocation for merit increases across the board in the city. And then the goal of appointing 1 resident from each of the neighborhood district boards. We've got 2 neighborhoods that currently don't have a representative, but continuing to work to engage all of those neighborhoods. Very similar this year, and really would like the council's feedback on these performance measures. The council made it clear that increasing homeowner occupancy is by far the biggest goal of the council, and not a short-term but a long-term goal. One of the thoughts was implementing this comprehensive zoning rewrite that is out to RFP right now would be a big part of that. Additionally, public safety has been an ongoing priority for the council. According to the public safety staffing plan, the target for FY25 is to have 123 budgeted officers this year. We're ahead of schedule based off that staffing plan. So if there are additional, if 2 officers are added this year, we'd be at 124. If just 1, we'd be at 123. And then again, allowing for Provo to stay competitive in the labor market and approving budgetary increases for merit increases for public or for employees. We had left on there. And then with the changes made to the neighborhood district program, there was a goal to appoint 2 residents from each neighborhood. And so that goal is now 68, and we'll continue to reach out to those neighborhoods and hopefully achieve that goal this year. On this, any feedback, anywhere that you see we could try to measure the performance of the council. And this is the difficult part is, having these public facing performance measures. We've got some internal performance measures as well, as an internal service organization from the council office side, and happy to share those with you as well. But as this is part of the budget, we've tried to make these as applicable to citizens as possible on what the council's working on their behalf. So any feedback would be greatly appreciated. And if not, we'll keep plugging ahead.
Okay, any questions for Justin? Councillor Bogdan.
Okay, so we're missing some kind of neighborhood representative from Fort Utah. What's the other one that we're missing?
East Bay.
Oh, East Bay?
Yes.
But East Bay currently doesn't have any residents. We're just looking for a business liaison.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
All right. And last but not least, I've just listed the council's budget priorities that were developed over the meetings in January and February of this year. I don't want to rehash this and take any additional time, but just again, appreciate the council putting in that time for those extra meetings early on. That has greatly helped with the sequencing of these meetings, giving departments some direction as they come forward and make these presentations. So with that, I've got nothing else unless there's any questions.
Rachel wants to say, I appreciate the work getting our packets together. I know it takes time and I want to recognize that good work. That can be hard for a KPI because it relies on cooperation of third parties. And I guess just get back to us just via email about the
About the
travel money. Yeah.
Perfect.
And I think there's a consensus to get the audio taken care of ASAP, whether it's an appropriation this year or a supplement
Perfect.
to next year.
We'll get that ready.
Okay. Thank you, Justin.
Thanks.
Do we need a break? Yeah. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 1:45.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, we are back. Now a presentation regarding the 2025 budget of the mayor's office. Hello, Scott. Scott Henderson.
Hello. Well, thank you, Council, for this opportunity to talk about our exciting upcoming fiscal year together. First, I want to start out with a high level appreciation for the Council for their budget priorities, and I hope you know that those will drive every single department's budget, including ours, as we look at opportunities to really value those priorities. Today, we'll be going over these different elements and components of the mayor's office budget. So we will talk about our staffing going into next year, citywide intergovernmental relationship, things that are paid by the mayor's office for the entire city and their association, citywide initiatives, and then the accomplishments that we're very, very proud of. So noting that both this year and next year will be a balancing exercise. So the mayor's office has reduced one position, the assistant CAO position, for next year. So then that leaves us remaining the mayor, CAO, our deputy mayor, our public information officer, who is also over our media services, and the 2 office assistants. And that makes up the entirety of our mayor's office staff. I think if you're going to pick characteristics for the mayor's office, we've got an efficient and effective staff, and noting that we are putting forth personnel and cost reductions. We're responding to this tight budget year with budget reductions or status quo budgeting. They'll be subject to change. Some things we don't control, like some of our intergovernmental partnerships. We have changed the structure of the mayor's office budget to be a more simplified structure. We used to have it spread out amongst different almost staff member cost units. And I felt like bringing us all together and be able to do this, we'd be able to assign and still with line item detail, be able to track our expenditures. And this will be an example for the rest of the city of doing better with less. There does not have to always be an assumption that government needs to grow. You can also come up with ways to do things more efficient. To talk about some of those intergovernmental relationships that are paid for, and those memberships are paid by the mayor's office, the League of Cities and Towns, Mountain Association of Governments, Utah Valley Chamber of Commerce, and even our district court graffiti program are paid out of the mayor's office. And it really creates both legislation leverage and project funding opportunities that really connects us with our neighbors, but also allows us to have some of the funding success stories that we enjoy together. In our citywide initiatives and our public outreach, the Provo Pillars is something that, and I was glad to see that Justin included that in his presentation also, where we talk about the pillars of welcoming, safe and sound, economically vibrant, and forward-looking as part of an initiative that we continue to do to bring our operations and our city leadership closer to our citizens. Our mission statement, simple but effective, exceptional care for an exceptional community. I think that sets a standard throughout, which is so important in leadership of an organization. Our community outreach also includes, we're about ready to celebrate Women's Day this Saturday. It includes our State of the City, Bike to Work, Big 12 functions that we do as part of the conference, and also other special events sponsored by the mayor's office. So in our outreach budget, that is, those are the things that are included in that. Going to the budget questions, in our accomplishments, we utilize this a lot, and it's always being updated, but some things that we have been able to celebrate together with our council and with our staff is the #1 best performing city. You see it in blue in the middle, and there's a lot of great and amazing things that Provo is recognized for, and it's something that as a one Provo concept that we can all be very proud of together. budget needs, we are reducing our budget and or looking at status quo. Understand this is early in the budget process. We're presenting before we really defined all line items and work through our personnel worksheets, but we can go in there with goals and plans. We did not submit any supplemental requests last year, and we are not asking for any at this point right now. Constraints, we just know we got definitely a perspective in the mayor's office of how tight this budget year is going to be with the leveling out of sales tax revenue. So everybody's going to be working together on this, every single cost unit. Once again, on ongoing and maintenance, we'll be reducing our footprint instead of asking for ongoing changes. And when we look at our performance measures, they were focused on, and we have succeeded in increasing our community and citizen connections. We're operating at the highest level of public safety. And we're also looking at significant growth with business and ribbon cuttings and those things, celebrating those together in our city. So we're making great progress on that. And we are really looking at successfully navigating a challenging current fiscal year, but also not just navigating, but also achieving in that year. Just because circumstances change doesn't mean our goals of success change at all. So sharing this with our team and knowing our One Provo concept, I hope the council feels the same amount of pride that I do in our community. And it's something that is accomplished together. Nothing happens without our departments, and nothing happens without our council's cooperation. So in our budget, that sets the overall trend on it. Just some statistics. Personnel is about 75% of our budget. So those staff members that we showed show at that level, and 25% of it includes those other areas. So we are definitely a personnel heavy on our budget side, but light on numbers. Any questions?
Thanks, Scott. Rachel Whipple has a question. Does travel for the mayor and deputy mayor fall under staffing cost or intergovernmental relations? It does seem that the travel is worthwhile. The mayor's office is responsible for bringing in lots of state and federal money to the city, and the travel is an important component of that.
The travel is it's not under intergovernmental. It is part of another line item that's separate. So that is part of that. Including is fully 25%, but travel is documented and tracked separately.
Okay, thank you.
Can I speak to that too? Yep. So just an interesting component about the travel for the mayor. Being board chair of a lot of these boards and commissions I sit on, they pay for my travel.
That makes sense.
And so I just double work it when I'm out there with UMPA or MPO or any of these boards or commissions, ULCT. I go to work for Provo as well. I don't waste a single minute. I don't have to pay for my flight, my hotel. It's all covered. But when I'm out there, when the day is done, it is not done for me. I am asking about earmarks and talk to me about free money. What money buckets are there this year out here? And so as of yet, I have not had to use any money to go back to Washington, DC. All of my trips have been paid for from being on the boards and commissions, just trying to be tight with money and utilize every second of every day out there.
That's helpful. Thank you. Any other questions for Scott? Councillor Bogdan.
Thank you, Mayor. That really helps. And thanks, Scott. And thanks, the Mayor's office, for answering my questions on exactly how we're going to get from here to here. I appreciate all of that. Thanks.
I caught the vibe that was important to you.
It is, because I want to see what we're cutting.
Oh.
Thanks.
Councillor Garrett.
Scott, could you describe or explain the district court graffiti program that was a few slides back? Fortunately, we don't have a ton of graffiti here, but every so often you see some. It seems like it's being addressed. I'm just wondering how that happens and what is this graffiti program?
So it's through obviously our district court. And so they, through their system, are able to create a workforce that if we see and have graffiti reported, then we are able to call them and have them report as quickly as possible. I think the reason why you see success in our graffiti program is that quick response. So we invite as we're all around our city, if we see graffiti or see these things, report it to us, report it to 311, let them know, and then we get that right to this partnership group, and then we pay them for, I think it's mostly material costs for that community service that they're doing as part of the district court.
Yep. This is Scott's presentation. It is not the mayor's, just for clarification. But I think just another component that's fascinating, at least it's not fascinating. It probably grates me every year is when I look at this slide, to be a member of Leagues of Cities and Towns, it is based on our population and they have stayed with inflation. How much should we pay this year, Isaac, to be a member? Because I fought it in the board meeting. $75,000 to be a member of the Utah Leagues of Cities and Towns, just because we're one of the biggest cities in the state. And so when I have to be a member of the MAGs, the MPO, huge amount of dollars, and that's out of our control. We're just told how much we get billed, and this is how much your fee is to be a member of this group this year, and we have to pay it. And they have stayed true to inflation and true to everything that we usually try not to because we're tight. But as you look at these, just know it's not cheap. The payoff is worth it. I'm here to testify it is worth it, but it is a chunk of change to hold memberships in a lot of these different boards and commissions and committees I sit on. Okay, Scott, I'm going to zip my lip.
Oh, you're okay. Great insights, Mayor.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you, Scott. Next, we'll do a presentation, the 2025 budget on legal, presented by Brian Jones.
Thank you, Chair McKay, councilors, Mayor. As I was waiting for my turn, I was reminded this last week, I spent the week watching with my wife at home one of the premier festivals in Latin America. Chile has a festival called the Viña del Mar Festival that occurs every year. And we were watching that this last week, and one of the nights, Andrea Bocelli performed with his son and a bunch of other visitors to repeated standing ovations and won the highest award of the festival. And then was followed up by a comedian who left the stage in tears because the entire crowd was still grumbling about the fact that Bocelli wasn't still performing. That's what it's like to follow Scott. So here I am doing my best. So if we can go, I can control these slides, right? Okay, here we go. So I don't like reading slides and I won't read this one. This is a small summary of how our office is set up as far as the divisions of the legal office and what we do. The short version of this is that the entire reason for the existence of the city attorney's office is as a service organization for the rest of the city. We don't necessarily have any independent goals. Our goals are to help the rest of the city fulfill their goals. So our mission statement is to provide exceptional service to the exceptional organization that serves our exceptional community. And that's what we try to do through all of these different purposes. So when you look at our budget, it's a little bit top heavy for personnel. So city charges, by that I mean the chargebacks that go back to other departments and our power and water bill, that's 3% of our budget. The budget that I actually have some control over is 4% and personnel is the other 93%. So that makes it a little bit challenging when we try to make changes. So here is a graphical presentation of this. And I've used this slide for a few years, but just so for the counselors that are new or that don't remember, this divergence in 2015, what that represents is in 2015, the city started doing a new capital improvement program where, or a new accounting for software and hardware capital improvements, where they would set aside as part of our budget every year money that we could roll over every year for computers to keep our computers in warranty. And our software budget that used to be handled by IS for everybody got put into our budget. So the blue line in 2015 represents the increase to our budget when those things that were already being spent but weren't part of our budget got added to our budget. And the orange line is the continuation for everything else. So that shows you where we would be if those two things hadn't been added to our budget. And you can see where that line comes in under $60,000. So, again, if we're asked to save $15,000 in a year, that's 25% of our budget. So it can be a little bit challenging when we're trying to, or get rid of people, right? Right. That's the other option. So here's another slide that my predecessor tracked for a long time and that I include in the presentation just because I think it's interesting. This is the exact same data as the previous slide, but adjusted for inflation, going back to 1996. So you can see there that is a small depiction of what happens for inflation when you're similar to the conversations the council's had when they're talking about property tax adjustments. So this is a slide that I came up with last year, and that it took me so much work to include that I couldn't bear to take it out, but I know it doesn't mean anything to anybody else. So here's the slide I replaced it with. So this is the slide for everybody else to understand our staffing. So this is our staffing since 1996. You can see, let's see if I can figure out how to use the pointer here. Okay, so here in between 2011 and 2012, that's our really only significant jump over that entire period. And what happened in that year was, that was the year that Neil Lindbergh retired as the council attorney, and legal services for the council came to the city attorney's office. And in order to accommodate that, we added a full-time paralegal. At that point in time, I was handling all of the city claims and litigation by myself. I took on the council duties, kept the claims and litigation, but we added a paralegal to help with the claims and litigation duties. We also added a full-time city safety officer who was put in our office. That position had existed previously and been done away with, and was brought back from a different department and added to the city attorney's office. Then here, our one other jump is here in 2017. We converted one part-time attorney position to a full-time attorney position in response to requests from the council for added code enforcement work. So the summary is, since 1996, we've grown by 2.5 FTEs, but that has always been as a result of additional taskings that have been given to the office. So that's personnel. And like I said, that accounts for 93% of our budget. Here's a chart just to show you, this is the current staffing of our office. This first page is the attorneys. This just gives you kind of an inkling of what it is that everybody does. You can see everybody represents multiple departments, has multiple boards and commissions that they represent, and has numerous specialty areas that they're expected to contribute in. And then this is our support staff. So again, we have 2 paralegals and several legal secretaries. And this is the diagram that we use to help us keep track of what each person's responsibilities are. So this slide comes directly out of last year's presentation. This is just copied from last year's presentation about what I said our challenges were last year. So I mentioned that we were nearly back at full staffing. When the previous city attorney retired and the pandemic hit right at the same time, there was a long period of time that we weren't hiring, and then when we were hiring, we had to backfill some positions. So it was a long period of time that we weren't at full staffing. At that time, the unknowns on the horizon were that we had a half-time attorney position that was funded by a federal grant specializing in domestic violence prosecution. And there were some concerns about some rumors up at the state level about justice court reform that could end up significantly impacting our staff if a new level of court was created and we had to staff that new level. I also talked about from a cost perspective, those of you who remember my first presentation a couple years ago, when I started as the department director, we had 25 computers in the department. 8 of them were in warranty. And as you know, our IS department wants them to be in warranty because once they're not, they don't service them, they don't get patched, they're not secure anymore. So one of the first things that I did as director was to make it my mission to remedy that. And so as of last year, we were down to 5. But the amount of money that was going into our computer bank line item wasn't enough to actually replace enough machines every year to keep up. So last year I asked for a $10,000 supplemental to increase the computer bank. So here's so I've got two slides left. This is the second to last slide. So our update on last year's items, we did get up to full staffing, and then you took away our chief prosecutor and sent them to the justice court to be the new judge, which was well deserved for them, but left us with a big hole to fill. We've had some excellent new additions. We've been able to hire some really good people. We've really focused a lot on trying to improve efficiency. So we've revamped our claims process. Other departments and Scott and others can testify to this, but we've made a concerted effort to streamline our timeframes with claims processing, to streamline our timeframes with code enforcement, to make the reporting that we do easier to gather the reports so that we can save time that way. We have lost some unfunded help that we had. The domestic violence grant was not renewed, so we lost that part-time position. For the last year, we actually had a full-time attorney working in our office that worked for us but was paid by BYU through a program that they have for their recent graduates that want to work in government service. And that just ended last week. And as far as the justice court reform issue goes, nothing's happened on that. On the equipment side, we've completed the project. All of our computers are back into warranty. Last year, there wasn't sufficient funds to fund the supplemental, but we worked with finance and we identified savings both in our budget and elsewhere in order to bridge the gap. So we were able to make the purchases we needed last year, which leads into this slide where over on the right, if we stay on that right-hand side, the computer hardware is in warranty cycle for the first time since I've been here. So that's something that we're excited about, and a problem that we felt like we've been able to solve that really helps our efficiency and works to preserve the security of the city as well. Problem being that the bank budget is still insufficient to keep it there. But at least this year we're not asking for a supplemental because one of our main software programs, there's actually a state grant this year that is funding part of the cost of it. So it's not costing as much as it otherwise would. And we're going to use that money for our computer bank for this year. So we've identified savings so we don't have to ask for anything. Our legal software that we use for our research, it's up for renewal. The old product has been completely phased out, so we don't have any choice but to contract for the new product. The new product is significantly greater cost, at least with, there's two versions of it. There's a module in it that we think can actually really improve our efficiency to address some of the workload issues on the other side of the slide that I'll mention in just a minute. But so because of that, we have applied for an innovation grant to bridge the difference for the added module. So that's something that we're hoping that we can get that will allow us to increase efficiency. Yes.
Okay, on that note, Rachel has a question. Does the city use Westlaw or Lexis? She thinks you use Lexis. And she's wondering if you've looked into using their generative AI, and would that save attorney time or help you with your...
That's a great question, and I wasn't going to go into that much detail, but that's exactly spot on. We use Lexis, and when I'm talking about the added module, it is the generative AI module that we're. Okay. So if we go with the base product, it's only about $100 a month more than it was before. If we add the generative AI model, it's almost twice as much. But we're currently on a free trial on it, and we have found that it actually does greatly increase efficiency. Okay. So we think our early goings for our trial period is that we think it's well worth the money, which is why we've applied for the innovation grant to help.
Like if it kind of equates to FTEs in ways, right?
Right. Because it will do things, for example, like it's by no means a replacement because it definitely needs vetting afterwards, but it will generate draft memos for you where you can just ask it a question and it will come up with a memo in memo format targeted for a certain audience, and then you can just go through the revising it instead of doing all of the beginning steps. it's been very useful in the 2 or 3 weeks that we've been trying it so far.
Great.
And then our last increased
Oh, and
cost.
she thinks you should use the grant innovation. You should apply for one.
We did apply. So we're just waiting to hear back. Thanks, Rachel. I hope Scott was listening. No, I'm just kidding. Then as far as increased costs go, our last item is, this goes to the intergovernmental relations piece that Scott was just talking to. The Utah Prosecution Council is a lobbying agency that makes sure that criminal prosecution has its own voice at the legislature. There's a very strong presence by many defense-oriented lobbying agencies. So the Utah Prosecution Council handles that for the prosecution side. They have lost a significant portion of their funding because of a decision north of us. Where one of the major, they used to be paid entirely at the county level. One of the most significant county has decided to not fund them anymore. So they have asked for the cities to contribute. We went ahead and found some money this year to go ahead and contribute and pay the new dues. And we're in the process of evaluating what that means for next year. But that is potentially an increased ongoing cost for us as we participate in that. But we feel like, so far, we felt like they provide a good service and something that's quite important. So on the other side, this is our biggest challenge by far. The increased costs, we've already more or less found solutions for. But we do have less personnel than we've had in recent history because of the unfunded positions that we've lost, and more work than we've ever had before. We just had a meeting yesterday where we were talking with our litigation specialist and talking about how to find him help, because I mentioned that when I started here, I was the sole attorney working on litigation and claims. We now have an attorney, his supervisor that helps him out, and a paralegal working on that, but we have probably double the workload from when I was handling it by myself. And as I note here, we're engaged in probably more proactive litigation than we ever have been before. Normally, historically, the city's litigation efforts have been reactive, meaning we are the defendant because somebody else sues us. But we have more cases than we've ever had before where somebody else has not lived up to their contract with the city, or there are code enforcement, there's foothills protection issues that have come to the forefront that require us being the plaintiff instead of the defendant. And those are really stretching the limit of what we can do, to the point where we've actually Mayor doesn't even know this yet because she was out of town when I talked to Scott about it, but we've just made a decision in the last week to do some internal restructuring because one of our two paralegals just announced that they're leaving. They're going to go help their husband with their family business. So they've just announced that they're leaving, and we have spent quite a bit of time over the last 2 weeks discussing our pain points and have come to the conclusion that, at least at the moment, our pain point is for the attorneys and not for the support staff. So we are going to take that FTE for the paralegal, and we're going to convert it into a part-time paralegal and a part-time attorney, and spread some of the paralegal work to the rest of the support staff, so that we can get another attorney body in the office. It's only part-time, and it's kind of a putting the finger in the dike kind of situation, probably, rather than really solving everything. I mean, I was hesitant. I thought about this during the day. I was hesitant to say this because I don't want it to come across like I'm bragging, but just as an example, because I don't mean it that way, but just as an example, last week, I worked 12-hour days and was getting home between 8:30 and 9 the entire week, and left farther behind than I was when I started the week. So, and that's an anomaly. I'm not saying that that's the every week situation, but we are getting stretched to the point where we've had to be creative. And so that has been our creative solution to fix things for now, because we know that this is not the year to ask for increases. So we feel like we've got a handle on things, but again, this goes to the very last point on that slide, which is that anything else that needs to be done is going to require additional personnel. then that goes back to the very first comment I made when I got up here, which is that our entire operation is to serve the needs of the rest of the city. So we get affected by what happens everywhere else, right? This was the conversation that Bill Pepperoni made the comment a few weeks ago about he wanted to talk to legal about whether we needed more personnel for code enforcement. And Bill and I talked about that a lot. And my answer to him was the same thing he said. I don't feel like we need more personnel for code enforcement if we're doing the same code enforcement that we're doing now. But if we are doing more code enforcement than we're doing now, then we do need more people. So anyway, that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Bogdan.
Thank you, Brian. I do appreciate you doing the same thing, telling me where you're going to cut and being honest about your needs. I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
So what, like, if the dike breaks, what, like, how does that work? At a point, are you going to come to us if needs be with more personnel requests?
Well, here's the biggest thing, and this is why it was a little bit awkward for, Gary Millward, who is my deputy over the civil side. We've spent a lot of time talking about this the last 2 weeks. Part of it has been that there are some unknowns right now. One of the conversations that I mentioned that he and I were having just yesterday with the litigation specialist is that our litigation specialist has only been here for a year. He's feeling overwhelmed. He's doing absolutely fantastic work and is a super experienced attorney who is doing amazing, but he's feeling overwhelmed. And what I was trying to explain to him is that I don't yet know, just to be blunt and honest, I don't yet know whether he's feeling overwhelmed because of something that's a trend or because of something that is temporary, because he just happens to have been here during the year of the biggest workload that we've had in the 17 years that I've been here. And because it's only been this last year, or because it's been because of how much it's ramped up this last year, I don't honestly know whether it's going to continue or whether it's a cycle that's going to slide back off, right? So what I'm anticipating is that we're going to make things work for the next year, and I'm going to be up here next year either saying to you, we made it through something that turned out to be an anomaly and we're okay, or I'm going to be up here saying it was the beginning of the tsunami and it's not relenting and we need more help. And I don't know which it'll be.
Okay. That makes sense. Councillor Bogdan.
Brian, I don't want you guys to get burned out. I mean, we've got a great legal staff. And so my reservation would be, if you guys really need that, we need to know, because personally, that's something I'd be willing to go to bat for you for, because we do need you guys where you're at, and we don't want burnout in a year.
Well, I appreciate that. I think at this point, we feel like we've got a plan. We have a new attorney coming on. We were able to fill the vacant position by hiring an attorney away from another city that I won't name because I don't know if they know yet. An experienced attorney that has 10 years of experience. On my slide, I mentioned that salary has been a challenge. I will say that honestly, I was surprised when she said yes, because she was taking a pay cut to come here.
Whoa.
But we've got somebody coming on board in the next 2 weeks that we're excited about. We've rearranged to get this extra half-time position that we've actually already filled, at least temporarily, because the recent BYU grad that was working for us on the fellowship, we offered him the part-time position so that he could stay, which is a good addition because he already has a year in the office and already knows. So I guess what my response to all that is, I promise I will be honest with you and let you know. At the moment, we've got changes planned that we are hopeful we can make work, and I need to
see how that goes.
I need to let them play out and see how it works.
Okay. Thank you so much, Brian. I
Okay,
think
thank you.
that's it. All right. We are going to have a break till 2:30.
Staying awake, man. Start at 10:30. It's
Guess what the
can't
church
sit that way.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Next, a presentation regarding the 2025 budget. This is administrative services, which includes facilities, finance, justice court, information systems, and cybersecurity, and the recorder. So just a few things. And John Borgett will be presenting.
Yes, Councilman, Council Chair McKay and other council members, I would just mention, I'm John Borgett, the Director of Administrative Services. I feel like this gives a great opportunity for you to meet each of the areas that report to me and meet the individuals that work with those. So what I'm going to do is turn the time over, starting off with Dan Follett, who's our Finance Division Director. And you'll get to see a number of different faces and get a feel for the things that have been requested from the council for the budget. So I'll turn the time over to Dan.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about the finance division today. In terms of talking a little bit about the accomplishments for finance over the past year, a couple of reports that we spend a significant amount of time on generally in the fall of each year are the popular annual financial report and the annual comprehensive financial report, which is a fairly thick, 170-page document that we put together that reports all of the activity from a financial perspective for the prior fiscal year. Those we put a lot of time and effort in, and it's everyone in the department is involved in that process. Going along with that, the other area that we work very closely with the independent auditors on those reports throughout the fall, and we strive and are pleased to have an unqualified, unmodified audit opinion, which is basically accounting terms for clean opinions on those reports and on the audit, the financial audit of the city. The energy bonds this year were upgraded by the Fitch rating agency from AA- to AA. And we work throughout the year. We meet with the various rating agencies as they do annual and semi-annual reviews of all of the debt issuances that we have outstanding. And so we're always pleased when we get an upgrade in response to those reviews where we provided a significant amount of information. We updated the city purchasing policies this year. Some of them in certain areas had not been updated for probably close to 20 years, and it made sense to update those. We did a fair amount of work ensuring that we were in compliance with state procurement code and also were within reason for a city of our size. And we feel like that helps to streamline the purchasing process, make it more efficient, but still does it in a very responsible manner. We revised the city travel application to improve clarity, and the feedback that we've received from multiple departments is that they feel like it's easier to use and easier to understand, and that was the goal in the revisions that we made. We're required to submit multiple state transparency reports throughout the year, and we are pleased to report that we did those on a timely basis, and we have not received any feedback from the state auditor's office that we have missed those or have mishandled those filings. We manage all of the ARPA spending and reporting requirements that comes with quite a bit of compliance, and so we've done that on a timely basis and an accurate basis also. We've managed the citywide insurance coverage, which just like many people are experiencing on an individual level, is becoming more and more challenging. Being able to obtain the insurance and the related cost and the amount of due diligence that the insurance companies are doing has increased significantly, and we anticipate will continue to increase. But
but we feel like we have a well-managed insurance and risk management program, and we intend to continue to support that going forward. And then we manage all the city debt issuances. We have ongoing requirements to file disclosures each year so that the investors in our various debt instruments are able to understand and have a good feel for the health of the city and the underlying health of the various areas that either have revenues or taxes that support the repayment of those bonds. In terms of supplemental requests, Finance did not have any supplemental requests in fiscal year 2024, and we do not expect to have any for fiscal year 2025. In terms of current budget constraints and funding needs, Finance is currently meeting all of the needs with the existing operational budget, and we don't anticipate asking for anything that would increase ongoing operations and maintenance expenses moving forward. In terms of performance measures, I talked a little bit about the GFOA report, the annual budget and the popular annual financial report and the annual comprehensive financial report. All three of those documents we submit to what's known as the Government Finance Officers Association, and they go through a review process for particularly the annual comprehensive financial report that's over and above the audit process. And it's a fairly extensive review process, and we get comments back each year on all three of those documents. And we incorporate those comments, respond to those comments, and build them into the future year's reports. And then when we resubmit the report again the following year, those are reviewed by the GFOA to ensure that we've incorporated those. And it's a process just to improve the overall reporting process, and it's something that we feel like adds significant value, and we're pleased to say that we have received the GFOA award for those reports in the past, and we anticipate receiving them, and it's our goal to receive them going forward in the future. We also want to work closely with our independent auditors. We may or may not have a change in independent auditors this year, but either way, we will work closely with them, and our goal, of course, is to receive an unqualified opinion in the audit report. We have presented quarterly reports to the council each quarter, providing an update of where the city is from a financial perspective, and we plan to do that going forward. I mentioned that we work closely with the rating agencies in terms of ongoing reviews of our debt issuances, and we're pleased that for our general obligation bonds, we're at the high end of the AA range for both Moody's and S&P, and our goal, of course, is to keep it at that and or improve it over time. And then we're in compliance with all of the CARES Act and ARPA funding requirements, and we intend to maintain that. In terms of budget efficiencies, like Brian mentioned for legal, most of finance budget is personnel related. But for the areas that we've looked at very closely, we feel like for 2025, that these are the savings that we could produce and actually reduce our budget, not include in our budget going forward. Computer replacement, we feel like one is we're current on most of our computers, in fact, all of our computers. We have laptops for everyone so that if there were a need to work from home or there were an emergency similar to what we experienced in COVID, we're prepared for that. And so we feel like for this year, we could forego the $8,786 for computer replacement. In terms of contract services, we've changed how we service our printers, and that has resulted in a savings of $5,250. And then for travel for 1 year, we are committed to travel only in Utah for conferences. So we would continue to travel to the conferences that many of them that take place in St. George. But in terms of travel that would require airfare and travel out of state, we would forego that for 1 year. That's something we wouldn't want to do on an ongoing basis. We feel like it's important to keep people informed and trained. But for 1 year, we feel like that's doable. So the total savings would be the 32,596. Are there any questions?
Councilor Garrett.
Dan, could you educate me on the energy bond rating upgrade? Because that seems pretty significant. Does that affect the energy bond rate then, the lending rate?
So if we were to go out and issue new energy bonds, it would have a positive impact on the rate that we would receive. For the bonds that are already issued, they are fixed rate.
Okay,
and so there would be no current benefit to the city. Now, from the investor perspective, if they were to go out and sell their bonds prior to maturity, they would be able to sell them at a higher dollar amount, essentially, because they're higher quality bonds.
Okay.
So from an investor perspective, it's a positive, and ongoing, it's a positive for the city if we needed or wanted to issue additional debt.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Craig Christensen.
Just staying with that, what is the difference between, what would the interest rate difference be between where it was and then the higher energy? I want to get a sense.
Yeah. It would probably come down to like 20 to 50 basis points different. It kind of depends on how high the rates are. You know, if the current rate environment for tax exempts at 5%, it might be closer to as much as 50 basis points. But if the rate was down near 2%, like they were historically until recently, it would be lower. So it's a little more of a percentage basis. And when we sell these bonds, we do it through an auction process. And so they're underwritten and we put them out in the market, and investors and underwriters bid on them. And so it's hard to put an exact number. We can look at various recent issuances and say, okay, for a AA bond, here's kind of where the rates were at for a 20 year.
Thank you. And nice work on that.
Okay.
Very nice work.
Thank you.
Councilor Bogdan.
Thank you
Yep.
for giving us all of everything, even if the stuff I asked for. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Good. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I am still part of administrative services. That's great. Appreciate the opportunity again to come before the council and talk about what Human Resources has been up to in this fiscal year. As far as our fiscal year 24 accomplishments, one of the first things that I have listed here is we completed our first full performance appraisal cycle entirely in Workday. What that means, the significance of that is before we implemented Workday about 3 years ago, we were on about 7 different systems that were loosely affiliated with each other. And we managed to, with the approval of the council, move to Workday. This is one of the last third-party systems that we've been able to shake free of. And so we're doing that entirely now in Workday, which is fantastic because now instead of having to go into a separate system, all of those tasks just show up in your inbox and it's your everyday business. So a very, very good success story as far as the efficiency of how Human Resources is operating. That allows us to save probably about $30,000 a year in the third-party costs. The second major accomplishment that we have listed is implemented compensation adjustments to remain competitive in the market. That took many different forms. We did our pay grade study back in July. We also implemented a 4% COLA to our pay grade table. And then just recently, within the last couple of weeks, I was before you and you approved adjustments so that we can do an enhanced career series for firefighters. That has also proven out fruits very quickly. Within a week of making those adjustments known, one of our employees who had been given an offer somewhere else withdrew that and has remained with us. So again, heartfelt thank you for recognizing the need for that. And that has paid a very quick dividend for us. We've also conducted sexual harassment prevention refresher course citywide beginning in October. We have a policy in place that when employees come on, they get through a live in-person training on harassment and professional respect in the workplace. We also have our employees do a video training every 3 years. And part of this as well is a live in-person refresher course. We were due for that. My trainer, a shout out to her, Cindy Walter, who managed to conduct 41 individual training courses since October, training in person over 800 employees. And so that's a major accomplishment as well. We're doing everything we can to make this as a safe workplace as possible. One of the items that often gets overlooked because we're quite good at it, that we don't always mention it, is 100% timely and accurate completion of citywide payroll. Every 2 weeks, there's this little deadline on top of our heads where employees want to get their money back. And since I've been here, we've always been able to, we've been very blessed with good payroll staff, and they've always reached these deadlines. The director that hired me many, many moons ago would always regale me with these stories of what payroll was like 40 years ago. And it was a nightmare. It took over all operations of human resources and needed a significant overhaul to get it to the point where now employees recognize that they know they're going to get paid and they know it's going to be accurate. And so sometimes that goes without fanfare because we're pretty good at it, but I want to recognize it. We also oversaw multiple executive recruitments in this fiscal year without using external consultants. We have used those in the past to varying degrees of success, and I appreciate the administration's trust in my staff in moving forward with those executive recruitments without using those consultants. That saves. We've done 4 of them now, and that saves us approximately $80,000 in this fiscal year. So a really good success story there. As far as the questions about supplemental requests, we did not have any last year. We're not expected to have any in this year. As far as our current budget constraints and funding needs, my operational budget does not currently have any constraints. It's actually quite small. As with everything else in administrative services, my operational budget is in my employees. And then we're not asking for any items that are going to increase ongoing operations and maintenance. As far as our performance measures, we have a couple dealing with the priorities of responsible government and then healthy, inviting environment. Up there, you'll see that we're providing accurate payroll. We've consistently hit those. We have 26 pay periods every year. We've had 18 so far this year, and so we are right on target of meeting those. The Employees Essentials Training, which I have mentioned briefly, we are on track. We do that based on, we have 11 courses that employees have to do every 3 years. When you all hired on, you probably got an email asking you to do that. And so we evaluate how many employees we have, and our target always is 7,000, but that may fluctuate depending on how quickly some of our seasonal people turn over. We use this performance measurement because if it dips really low, it means we know people aren't doing it. And so we use this performance measurement to track that. We have our turnover, which I have addressed with the council before. We are currently trending a little bit down in our overall catch everything turnover, and then pretty steadily on our workforce turnover for other employment. One of the other things that we do every year is to keep our classifications current. So we have about 300 class specs, also known as job descriptions. We try to make sure each one of them gets reviewed at least once every 5 years. That is a bit of a cycle to keep going on them. We have, because, by the time we get the next phase done, the ones we did before cycle out. So one of the things that's not on here, because we do want to maintain the 5-year standard, is right now we have 99% that are within the last 10 years. And so they're on this kind of rotating, and we're always constantly struggling to keep it up. The good news there is we only have 1 or 2 that are out of date that we are currently working on. As far as the health environment, we are trying to improve our wellness program. This is typically our maintain, don't gain over the holidays. We have a little competition so that employees can be mindful of their health as they go through the 2-month holiday eating period. And one of the things is we're trying to improve some areas of our wellness to be a little bit more targeted on incorporating our health strategies with our benefit strategies. Which brings me to our last one, which is as far as our budget efficiencies. I was asked to target about $20,000 in savings out of our operational budget. And one of the main areas in which we have looked at is reducing our wellness budget by $15,000. I do want to point out that allows us to still maintain our existing program and still fund a new health management app that we are looking to increase health services, tracking, brings up some ability to do competitions internally within the city. Our wellness budget in the past has been a little bit higher because we have had a benefits fair. But with the advent of Workday, where everything can be enrolled very quickly within just a couple of minutes from your phone, the need for that no longer exists. And so we're changing how we do our wellness budget so it allows us to make this savings without any decreases in the types of services that we want to offer. And then if it's similar to finance, so we looked at our travel budget and limiting that within Utah when possible. And so if you add all of that, just slightly over $20,000 in savings moving forward. Any questions?
Councillor Bogdan.
Just thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thanks so much. Hey, Heidi.
Hello, Council and Mayor. My portion is very straightforward. So for 2024, some of the accomplishments that I've listed, we've exceeded the state requirement for completing council meeting minutes and the number of days that it takes for those to get completed and approved. With that, I'm excited that no requests or changes have been requested by you as well. So I have been completing those in a timely manner, and they've been effective and efficient. With the next showing grammar requests, we've received and responded to a total of 467 grammar requests, and that was during last year, 2023. Excuse me, that's the full physical year, which was an increase of 36% from the last 5-year average. So we are seeing an increase in grammar requests, some of which have been pretty timely requests, but we are still meeting our time frame to get those responded to with the help of the record specialists in the departments. Last year, we did have a successful and secure completion of the municipal elections. And I will say, even with the date changes and all of those little fun things we dealt with, we didn't have any sort of hiccups. We've got 3 great council members. I guess 4, Travis, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to exclude you, but we've got 3 new and 1 returning from that election. And then we started the OnBase upgrade. So OnBase is our program that we use for records retention, our workflows, council agenda. So you guys are probably familiar with that system, but we were about 5 years past its prime, I guess. So we're doing an upgrade. A lot of time was spent to get contracts signed, kind of make sure we're getting the best of the product that we currently had, but we're still in the works.
Is it going to be easier to use?
Yes, it is very similar to the old as far as like the look and feel, but there's a lot of functionality that is making things easier. Yeah, I think it's a good change.
Councillor Hanley.
Just a question about the grandma requests. I'm wondering if you have any sense of this being a more permanent trend, or were there certain issues or certain individuals who were hitting a particular topic pretty hard?
No, over the course since I've been the city recorder, we have seen an increase, and I believe that's a national increase. People are more aware that governments are required to be transparent through grammar requests and things like that. So I do see this trend continuing. I don't see it slowing down. Brian, do you have any additions?
No, I don't have anything to add to that. I think it's kind of all over the place, so.
That doesn't present any personnel problems for you?
No, these have not been related to personnel. A lot of the grammar requests that I receive, and I guess I should emphasize, these would be all departments aside from police. So police handle their own grammar requests. They have
I guess I mean, like,
specialist.
in terms of your workload and workload of other staff who have to do this, if that trend keeps going up, does that create a workload problem for you?
I don't think so. I mean, I guess there's potential for that, but as of right now, it's not a concern of mine. No.
Okay.
There have been some other cities that have seen drastic explosions, way bigger than that. And I would say on our end, the trend I've noticed, I think we're seeing more appeals than we used to see.
Yes, that's true.
So,
And I do know that since the airport has been expanded, a lot of those requests have come through for the airport. When there are events that happen there, sometimes we receive some media coverage that they want, footage or photos or things like that. But I don't see it targeted to a specific department, if that makes sense. Perfect. For fiscal year 24, we did not have any supplemental requests for the recorder's office. There are none expected for this next year either. We are currently meeting everything we need as far as our operational budgets. There's not a whole lot that changes in my area, so pretty straightforward there. The performance measures, as part of our education, we like to train departments annually on records management. This covers what a record is, how we should be storing them. We talk about retention schedules. Last year, we were not able to complete that, and that was mostly due to the election. I was nervous for my first election, so I kind of put that to the side. I am getting back on track this year. We're hopeful to have that training scheduled sometime end of summer, early fall. And then we anticipate continuing next year as well to get that annual training. The records officer certification, that's an annual certification that I am required to maintain, which I have completed every year since I was a records specialist in HR. So that is a trend that's going to continue, in addition to myself. Our records specialists in the departments take that course as well. And that's something that I track to make sure they're keeping up on their certification. Maintaining reliable document management system by keeping on-base certification current. And this is a certification that I complete showing that I'm competent in the system administration for on-base. And I plan on continuing that as well. For responsible government, we see complete and get approval on a council meeting minutes within 45 days. That's the state requirement. The average days that we had last year were 42, which is great. We're within compliance. I'd like it to be a little bit lower just as a personal goal. And this year, obviously, we've only had a few council meetings, but we're trending pretty well so far. And then responsibly and quickly responding to grammar requests, the average number of days to respond. Last year we had 4. We're still trending that way. I did the average this morning. We're at 4 days. We'd like to be under 5 days. Even though we have 10 full business days to respond, we like to get those responded to more quickly for our residents or media, whoever is requesting those records.
Heidi, what's the asterisk on those two numbers?
Just because those are ongoing, so those aren't fixed numbers quite yet for the
Okay.
year. Thank you for asking.
Counselor Whipple has a question.
Sure.
Do you believe that the fee structure for grammar requests is appropriate?
I do. So we don't charge, I'll kind of give a little background for the grammar fees. State legislation says that we are not able to charge for the first 15 minutes of responding to a request. Now, 15 minutes is a pretty good amount of time considering the types of requests that we typically are getting. A building permit, that doesn't take more than 15 minutes, so we don't charge for that. These requests that take longer, for instance, going through council emails, right? Those tend to take a little bit longer because we involve IS, we involve myself to go through the redaction process. So those are a little bit more lengthy. And what the state says is we can charge the lowest amount, or excuse me, the dollar amount of the lowest paid employee capable of handling that process or review or redaction process. So I feel like it's adequate. I feel like it's very fair to our residents. We also have fee waivers that people can apply for if, you know, they're a government or if they're a school or if it's for a project of some kind. So I do feel like it's very fair, and it's not a way that we're looking to make any sort of revenue, which I'll kind of talk about on our next page. It's not a moneymaker.
Thanks, Heidi.
Yeah. So for 2025, the budget efficiency or savings that we've looked at, the recorder's office did have a part-time position, and with efficient on-base and how we're handling our workflows for ordinances and resolutions and records in general, we've kept things more electronic. That kind of eliminated the need for a part-time person. In addition to elections, we contract with the county, and so we're not required to have polling locations, and we're not required to train, poll workers, things like that. So really the need for a part-time person has kind of gone away. Now, definitely there are times where I would love to have somebody to help me with the workload, when I'm swamped with grammar requests, if you will. But the constant need for that position has really gone away. So that's what's budgeted for that position for 2025, but we don't anticipate using any of those funds. Public notices, we used to have to notice things in the newspaper or in various locations, and those would be, they would have associated fees with them. Now with the Utah Public Noticing website, we've eliminated the need to post elsewhere because those news articles and things like that can subscribe to our notices, and residents can as well. So those funds are available. And the last is the cell phone reimbursement. There's $700 that's budgeted, but I don't use my cell phone. There's not a huge need to utilize those funds at all. I'm working when I'm here, and when I'm home, I'm home. There's not a whole lot of need to call me outside of business hours. So I don't feel like it's justified to use those funds. And then the bottom piece, we see that grandma revenue, $3,133. That's over the full last year that we've made. So again, it's not a moneymaker. We do charge when it's appropriate. And when there are those very large requests, you'll see those, but it's not a way that we're looking to make money. You guys have any questions?
Councillor Christensen.
So about the public notices, so what specifically has changed?
So before they had the Utah Public Noticing website, we would have to post in various locations depending on what we were posting. So council agendas have to be posted for the public to view. They would have to be posted in our building, in a newspaper, any ordinances that are passed. Depending, like I said, depending on what it is being posted, there were certain requirements. Each time we had to contract with the Daily Herald, that was a fee to post in their newspaper. Now that things have moved more electronic, we post to that one public noticing website, and it kind of is a mass post for all.
Have you seen any change in citizen engagement because of that? Because I have seen public notices. I don't see those websites just as a citizen. And so I'm wondering if we're making a trade-off. Just wondering what your perspective on that was.
I don't believe so, especially now with the use of social media. That wasn't really around before, so people would get their noticing through the newspaper. Now people can look up the council agenda on Facebook or on the council website themselves. Also, members or residents that are interested in a certain entity, for instance, the council versus the library board versus TMAC, they can subscribe to those bodies and be emailed when something else is posted. So it's easier for them. They don't have to go searching for it. They don't have to read through all pages of the newspaper. It's sent directly to them if they've subscribed.
And so is that $68.50? Is that the whole budget you had for that?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Bogdan.
Thanks, Heidi. I appreciate you
Thank you.
putting everything in there that we asked for.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Heidi. All right. Justice Court.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me ramble today. It'll be brief, I promise. So our 2024 accomplishments, as you all know, a new judge was appointed. Judge Stephen Schreiner was appointed and sworn in on February 1st. We utilized senior and temporary judges in the interim to handle our court calendars and executed a very smooth transition. It was a lot smoother than I anticipated, so that was refreshing. And Judge Schreiner actually took the bench officially on February 5th, so he's doing well, settling right in, and it's been great. We also renewed the Justice Court building lease for 5 years through IHC. The amount agreed upon came in $52,000 under what we paid over the last 5 years, which was a pleasant surprise.
It's just the market's just gone down on commercial real estate. How
I'm
much?
assuming John actually handled the negotiations, but that's what I would assume. The new lease agreement also included the option for a 2 3-year renewals and also a $54,472 budget for lease improvements. So we look forward to utilizing those and upgrading our space. We've been there for 10 years and we're needing some improvements. We didn't have any supplemental requests for 2024. We don't anticipate having any this year either. We're currently meeting our needs with our current operational budget, and no items are being asked that will increase ongoing operations or maintenance. Our performance measures. The state of Utah recommends that they call it time to disposition, that we dispose of all of our cases at a 95% rate at those dates. So for traffic, 90 days, for criminal, 180, small claims cases, 270 days. As you can see in 2022, our numbers were pretty low. That was, I think, a lot because of the restrictions we were under for COVID that we were under for 2+ years. But they are trending up. I'm very excited to see them getting to where they're at, and I anticipate them hitting that 95% mark. The budget efficiencies that we found when asked, our merchant fees were trending in lower this year, so we found 6,000 savings there. We anticipate that being about the same this next year. Security transportation. We are not, since COVID, we haven't been transporting inmates for court hearings. We don't anticipate that happening this year, so we're going to pull that budget. The jail at any point in time could come back and tell us that we no longer have video times, so we are required to transport. If that happens, we will have to come back to council and ask for that money to be put back in the budget.
Why the lowering the merchant fees? Are people just not paying as much by credit card now, or?
I don't think that's it. We are required to allow people to do community service, so we're seeing a little more of that.
Okay.
So I kind of think that's where it's at.
Counselor Bogdan.
Thank you. Thanks for all you do, and thanks for putting all that stuff in there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So we are in the process right now. Our facility manager just recently left for other employment, and we are kind of in between, but we just extended an offer to Brett Hoffman, who will be our new facilities manager. We're excited, think he's going to do a fantastic job. He starts on the 25th, which is 3 weeks from yesterday. But anyway, so that's why I'm presenting facilities today.
And is Brett in-house?
No, he's not, but we did an active recruitment and he was the one that came out on top.
Great.
Okay. So accomplishments, couple listed here. I don't know if you've seen this building, but over by Public Works, kind of on the northeast end, there's some property that there's a metal building that they plan on using to store their comm van and other police equipment. That was constructed. It took a long time because of some various issues, but it's now basically complete and it turned out great, and it'll be a great asset for the police department. And so that was one of the accomplishments this year. Also, we assisted with the RFP for replacement of the chiller at the library. It is mostly complete as well. It's expected to be operational in 2024 for this upcoming summer. As I've looked through, we did not request any supplemental requests for 24 and don't anticipate any supplemental requests for fiscal 25. And currently with our current operations, we're able to meet our funding needs and don't have any concerns there as far as ongoing maintenance. I would also mention that as part of our plan, particularly for new council members, one of the things that we've done for a number of years is we've went through and looked at all of the general fund facility assets, determined the useful life of the components and the equipment within those buildings and structures. And then we set aside money each year based on that useful life and the cost so that we have adequate funds to replace systems when they fail. And that's been very successful. And the good news is that since we've established that, we've had isolated instances where we've needed to utilize those funds, but they've been accumulating and preparing us for the future. So I think and the council's been supportive of that, and it's been a very good thing. As far as performance measures, as most of you are aware, complete the new fire station, which we're seeing go up. It's kind of exciting to see the walls coming up. And one of the roles of the facilities manager is to attend those meetings and take part in the process of overseeing that construction. We anticipate that it's going to be done in 2025. We estimate about 75% by the end of June, and then the plan is to have it completed in the fall. So it's exciting. Another thing that we've done with our facility techs is what they do with their time is they actually bill the different departments on a billing rate. And so as they go out and do preventative maintenance, or as we get service calls and service orders, they go out and do that work. And so one of the interests and important things is that they bill out, we've given them a standard of 80%. So they're billing at 80%. And if they do that at 80% based on the billing rate, then facilities will break even. And so that's just a standard that we set out for them, and they do a real good job of meeting that standard. Budget efficiencies, one of the things that we had as we were constructing this building is we had a storage unit clear full of stuff. And so we talked and says, one of the plans when we got this new building was we wouldn't need that storage unit anymore. And so we went through and found a home for all those items, and we've now no longer need that contract. And so we've saved out of our budget $22,580 going forward. Any questions for me with facilities?
Councillor Bogdan.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. We appreciate the support and love from the council. Okay, I'll turn the time over to Josh Earrig, our Information Systems Division Director.
It's great to be before you this year. Turn that around. So one thing that we really enjoy in IT is our ability to serve all areas in the city. And as we talk about efficiencies, you'll hear a lot about that over these coming areas. We typically talk about those efficiencies in the area of people, processes, and technology. We are definitely the technology part. And we always ask all of our customers, internal, and those residents we serve through surveys to try to get that feedback. And I think it's somewhat unique is what I've been hearing from some of the administration, in that we not only ask the question and get that feedback, we act on that feedback. So the friendly, fast service in front of you is one of those feedback points that came from our customers. And I think it exemplifies some of the great accomplishment and the work that my team has done. And if you aren't receiving that kind of perceived feedback of the success you're doing as an organization, some of the other things don't matter as much. So as we dig into that, we do publish an annual report that is in front of you. And if you go into that annual report, a lot of that feedback is directly presented to you in a very open and transparent way. The good stuff and the warts. And those warts we're working on, and the good stuff we're trying to keep doing. With that, we don't just receive internal recognitions. We're happy and very thankful to the administration and the council for helping us celebrate some of the successes, both nationally and in the state, whether it's through the NDIA Visionary Digital Trailblazer, which really recognizes the great work we do to make sure people in Provo and the surrounding areas has access to computers, the internet, and the knowledge to use it, because we know that's a digital opportunity. And without that opportunity, it really puts some roads in their ability to participate, whether in local government, where we're streaming this online, or other areas. So we're really happy about these type of accomplishments in that area. And in the state level, we did get recognized as a 2023 Utah IT Excellence Award related to our GIS, which I know you use a lot, and we're very excited by some of that work we're already starting. Like you guys just identified areas for like home occupancy. Well, we have some data that we can present and help us not only capture that initial measurement, show you status in a visual way, and help us make good decisions, and then trend on how successful we are over the coming years as you guys execute those administrative rules or policies of things within the city. So we're really excited that we have really a gold medal team when it comes to our GIS and the IT that can deliver on some of the needs that you guys have. In the accomplishment area, 94, like a lot of the areas we've already seen, like the bridge, pedestrian bridge, the building that was just talked about for police in those areas. Almost every project has some level of an IT service component. So almost every project out there, we are being engaged for our portion of that and delivering on it. And 94 projects this last year is the highest we've ever accomplished. A big part of that was the prior year, we had a couple of really big ones that created a very large backlog. The team worked tirelessly to try to get in front of that, because we knew in that backlog there was a lot of efficiencies through technology that our departments really needed to get done. So I don't think that this trend will continue at that level, but we are seeing a pretty significant trend. The next part of that accomplishment is the offset, is it didn't affect our customer service rating, where we target over a 3.0 on average. We achieved a 3.4 out of 4. And with that, I'm going to go a little out of order of the questions, just because the metrics kind of really tie to this. So you can see that as we measure our customer service through all of these indicators, you can see kind of the trend where we hit, and it was probably our peak in the time of COVID, where we leaned on IT to come up with technology solutions. We made people very, very happy, but over time, sometimes those things start to normalize to what is considered just satisfied. So we're constantly looking at ways to improve and keep that trend going. And as we hit the target for this next year, we're gonna try to up the game, but we also have to keep it in line with the other trends that are happening in our area. Purchasing, we're out of the issue where we have purchasing issues. We're very thankful that the supply chain isn't causing us any problems. We're thankful for that. We're also thankful that our ticket trends are starting to, they're increasing, but our ability to hit it within our 3-day target is getting closer than it was last year. We were off again, but we're going to keep that metric and keep trying to see what we can do to respond as timely as we can to our customer needs within that 3-day target. And I would say we're probably a more aggressive target than many organizations of our size. Now we see the other trends that start to happen there. And that project's completed. You can see kind of the dip that was those really large projects, the City Hall Airport happening, and then our response to try to catch back up. But as you follow that trend line, it is still an increasing trend on projects. The number of customer-facing services we're delivering. So, I mean, we just heard, how much AI is out there being talked about, or things that are going to allow someone to invest in technology that makes their work easier to do. But there is an offload within IT where we have to support that technology and also protect it to make sure that it's not being abused by the cyber actors that might want to do negative things to us and our residents. Now, the one trend that may be different there is the systems and service. But what you see in that hump is the implementation of things like Workday or some of our other systems, which had an initial jump. As we worked to implement the new technology, we still had to maintain the old technology. So then the fallout side, which as we start to remove the old technology to get back to normal. So if you follow the 2016 trend to the 2024, you'll see that that line is pretty equivalent to the projects and the customer-facing services. So it's all an increasing trend as we rely more on technology in order to deliver the efficiency that we're looking for. So that goes to the ones that we publish. We try to publish something that's meaningful in the annual reports. if anyone has ideas what they feel would be important to the resident, we'll happily add them here. But the first one is our score. You know, what do people think about us in that score? So we achieved a 3.7 in 23. Current, we're a 3.4, which is that little dip that we saw. Maybe people are just getting more satisfied, or maybe it's just the project workload that's affecting it. But we were still over the target, but we're going to jump that target up to and I think we're missing on that one. We're going to hit a 3.4 this next time around. The resolving customer reported technical issues quickly. Again, our speed of response is important that we've already talked about, and our ability to deliver when people need equipment or technology and get it out and delivered within our area. We're going to continue those trends. So supplementals, we did ask for supplementals. We did receive. The airport was one of those announced. We built an airport and has a lot of technology, and some of the successes and projects. We put a new passenger system in, the parking out in the area. And then we're also doing a bunch of practices to make sure we can comply with the requirements to allow us to operate an airport. And there's a lot of policies, procedures, and things we have to comply with operationally, cybersecurity and otherwise, in order to meet those needs. So that resource was hired and doing a very great job in supporting public works and the airport in those operations. And we also did a one-time fund for the City View upgrade, which we're currently in process. It's a longer run. It does affect a lot of permits and processes. It's going well, and we are currently on target for right around an October go live, with completion of that project in November. At that point, we should see an easier to use system for the staff, easier to install system, and moving through there. And then the carryover, we did have a carryover where we had some operational efficiencies last year that we were able to self-fund another one of our one-time, which is to upgrade the wireless network within the city hall and the surrounding buildings, using that money. And that's equipment that's just at the end of its life cycle. It's about 8 years. And typically we have to come and ask for an appropriation or some other funding source to do those big lift technology purchases. Oh, going a little too fast. So this next year, we anticipate there may be some. Our needs continue to grow. As you heard, other areas are asking for technology. We're going to have to respond to those. So it's not necessarily that IT is going to just come and say, hey, we have massive number of needs. But as we look for something, say, hey, look, AI, everyone's heard of that one, $30 a month. I played with it. I was able to do something that was going to take me 4 hours and 30 minutes. Was that worth the $30? Absolutely, but it would increase my budget. If we extrapolate that across the city, play some napkin math, you can see what kind of those things are going to happen. The big one at the top is our priority, the new website. It's currently a TBD, but that's the one I'm going to talk about today. The rest of them are outlined pretty well, I believe, in our annual report. Website. We did a lot of work this last year to clean up and figure out what is it we have, what are those gaps, and what do we need to ask for of our vendors as they come and bid. We built an RFP, submitted that RFP, and we just barely got responses back. So the reason why it's to be determined right now, we need a chance to digest what that is, get it to an apples to apples, get the team to kind of go through and give us what that budget is. It will be in this budget cycle for whatever requests or differences, or if we can fund it ourselves, that's what we're going to do. But I anticipate that we may have some needs there. So I wanted to make sure that was aware for everybody else. And I did put the provo.gov in there real quick too, because if you've been following legislative sessions in our areas, all government agencies are expected to move to a provo.gov. So as part of this project, we're also going to be moving all of our email addresses and websites to the provo.gov, which we now own and operate. Last but not least is our budget efficiencies. We were asked to come up with a significant amount to figure out how we can do that. We had kind of a serendipitous thing with the radio communications. The state has started funding the actual radio operations, which is what we used to have to pay for. But there was a transition where we had to pay for the equipment to transition to the new system. So we have finished a lot of that work. We don't currently have an ongoing structure to pay for later replacements, but the purpose is now finished where we can reduce, and we consistently do that every year. We look at every line in our budget. What is using, what can we get rid of, and what do we need to move to? Which goes to the second line, enterprise modules. We were able to reduce enterprise licensing for various areas where modules just weren't getting value. So that's about $78K there. And then escrow agreements, not really super valuable to us as we do not have developers on staff, and a lot of the software packaging, if we were to get access to source code, we would not be able to continue operating. So it did not make a lot of sense to continue that. So with that, are there any questions for me?
Counselor Christensen.
Well, I love the love the feedback that you provided from users. I think my favorite line is, "What's IT's greatest asset?" And someone said, literally, Kyle. You guys do a wonderful job as a user and as a customer. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And respond with the Kyle. He's already on the problem with the other room. And we just, during the break, we figured out how we're going to take care of it and get it funded and done. So we're going to make that happen.
He's actually in the back of the room.
Nice.
Becky Bogdan.
I have a question. I don't know if this is you or someone else. I guess first I should thank you before I forget about to do that, but thank you very, very much. So I hear all the time, Lakeview North, so up by West Side, up by Orem, you know, our portion that borders Orem. If they call 311, it ends up in Orem, not in Provo. Why is that? And is there some way we can get it fixed? Is that even your department?
It's actually the telcos level. So we do deal with it from our world. But the way 311 operates is when you have a cell phone and you dial 311, it's based on what tower you're connected to. So if the tower exists in Orem, and even if you're across the border, you're connected to that tower, it doesn't know that you're in Provo. It has no way to know. It just knows that the tower you're connected to is in Orem, and that's why it will distribute that. Hopefully that answers the question as far as how we can fix that. It's a difficult one as far as what kind of density we have and the number of towers that are available so that you have a closer connection to that. But then we're also looking at how many towers do we want in our neighborhoods.
And you have to call from your landline, right?
Correct.
I appreciate that. Yeah, they're like, I can't call 311 because it always ends up in Orem. And it's really frustrating for them, but I appreciate finally getting an answer of why. Thanks.
But there is a direct number as well that you can call to get to the 311 call center.
You should send that out to them.
I'd highly recommend that.
I normally do. 311 as long as you're in city limits, except for if you're in Lakeview North.
Knows it well. Well done.
I had a question for you. If we funded the patch, would that eventually be able to function as less FTEs, or do you even do the upgrades at this point?
So the way we are currently operating our patch management, we take the highest risk systems and we make sure that they are patched first. And if we run out of availability, there are certain systems that just currently are not getting patched. But those risks start to adjust because the longer you go, the higher the risk is. So they will eventually be on a patch cycle. So what it would do is it would speed up our patch cycles to reduce the risk to the city. I don't know that it would actually reduce our load, but it definitely would improve our ability to maintain currently patched systems and reduce our cybersecurity risks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thanks so much.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Tyler Dennis, cybersecurity analyst here. Quick disclaimer, because of the sensitive nature of some of the cybersecurity things that we have throughout the city, if you have certain questions, I may need to answer those in a closed session, but I am happy to address anything that we can present here in the public session as far as questions that you have. I just wanted to make sure that nobody feels ignored. I do intend to answer any questions that you have.
You can just do your presentation and then we will save our questions for the closed session.
Okay, perfect. 2023 accomplishments. In 2023, we expanded our Managed Security Operations Center service from critical systems. This is a initiative that was funded last year through a supplemental request. So we expanded from critical services to citywide expansion, which has significantly increased our visibility and our security posture across the organization. Another supplemental request that we received last year was for email security solutions. We were able to implement those solutions. We have seen a dramatic effect in the ability of bad things not to come through. So the impact to employees, the impact to IS, and the impact to cybersecurity has been amazing. That has been effective, and we're pleased and really grateful for the support of the administration and the council in getting that request through last year. We also were able to engage with the state as far as cybersecurity grant funding. They have funded technology training, given us opportunity for information sharing with the state agencies and partnerships there. This funding, we've been able to offset some of the internal budget and security items on the IS budget with this funding. It is currently projected that we'll have that funding through 2027, which is fantastic. We also participated this year in the nationwide cybersecurity review. This is through the MSISAC, the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center, which is a national organization for cybersecurity. It helps us to measure our baseline as far as where we're at with our cybersecurity practices. Are they in line with industry standards, and understand where we are at. A few metrics that I can share in here. When we're talking about the Managed Security Operations Center, the first graph at the top left, the security events that we're able to see, we started implementing the full rollout in July. We saw that the number of events that were coming through doubled in July, all the way up to 1.2 billion in December, which just shows that we've been able to gain greater visibility into the number of things that are occurring on Provo City's network. Our detected threats on the top right, we track the known threats as they hit our network to determine if there's anomalies or links to known threat actor activity. It doesn't necessarily speak to an increase over time, just more of, do we understand what is occurring and are our current systems effective? And then the graph at the bottom is the employee reported phishing emails. We were able to put the email solutions in place. At the end of October, we saw a dramatic decrease in the amount of reported phishing emails. These are emails that were delivered to employees and then reported to cybersecurity or information systems. And the results of that are amazing. It has definitely helped a lot.
Yeah, the mayor doesn't email me anymore. I don't know.
Oh, we're catching those. Yes. We're catching those, and I'm glad to see that you've noticed. Our performance metrics that we deliver here mainly are focused on employee training. We feel we can share that safely and publicly. We have a goal to provide virtual employee cybersecurity awareness training monthly to our employees. I'm not doing as good on that as what I'd like to be. I have a goal of 12, which would be one every month. With some of the state tools, we should be able to improve. We're providing employee essentials training for cybersecurity to all employees on a cycle. That is being accomplished. Another goal I have is to create, update security policies and procedures. Some of the projects that we've engaged with cybersecurity has been heavily focused on policy and procedure and been able to perform in that area. And the other training aspect that we focus on internally is phishing campaigns. These are internal phishing campaigns to employees. Generally, I like to hit every department at least once a year, which is 20 departments throughout the city. Currently, we have not performed those campaigns, but are expected to before the end of the year. Supplemental requests for this year, needs that we have We are looking for a cybersecurity analyst position. That's a FTE. That would be ongoing, not to be tone deaf to the current budget challenges that we're experiencing, but the risks that we see globally continue to increase. The workload that we continue to have here at Provo increases, and we felt that it was appropriate that we presented the need for an FTE. Patch management tools is also on that list. As a holdover from last year, we feel like the automation that can occur by using these tools can help to offset some of the workload with the automation. We have over 3,000 applications in the city. We have over 1,000 devices, and maintaining those is a challenge, but it is something that we are working on. Approved supplementals for last year. The email security solution for $125,000 is implemented and effective. Through carryover, we had asked for a access control upgrade. This was to upgrade access control for badges across the city to all locations. We were able to fund this through a carryover, and that is currently being implemented. It's in process. As far as budget efficiencies this year, on the email security gateway project, we were able to save $35,000 on that project. It was due to some cost-saving efforts by our implementation team. We were able to perform some of those actions in-house to save on the overall cost of that solution for ongoing. And we were submitting that money back into the budget. And if we have any questions for in here, I'm happy to answer those.
Councilor Bogdan.
Thank you. Thank you for providing all of that. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you. Okay, that's everything from administrative services, right?
Yes, unless there's any other questions.
Okay. Any other questions for administrative services? All right, nice work. Thank you so much. All right, the municipal council will consider a motion to close the meeting.
So moved.
I'll second.
Chair McKay, before you take a vote on that, we're supposed to put on the record the reason for the meeting, so I'll speak to that if you don't mind, and then you can vote. So there has been a closed meeting requested. It at least in part deals with security issues, which is one of the approved reasons under state statute for a closed meeting. So approving the motion would be appropriate.
Thank you. So we have a first, we have a second, so we will take a, do we have to vote on that? Yeah. All right. Councilor Christensen.
He's busy.
On just closing the
Yes.
meeting.
Yes, I can't believe you just voted yes on that.
Councilor Hoban.
Yes.
Councilor Bogdan.
Yes.
Councilor Hanley.
Yes.
Councilor McKay, yes. Councilor Garrett.
Yes.
So closed session has been requested, and we will close now for the closed session.
Recording stopped.